Let's see if it works. Yeah, there we go. Tend to work. And so I think Egypt is full of bullshit, including Jordan and a lot of the others. Now, how they can even speak of a bullshit two-state solution is beyond me. Like Israel and the Jews have just been attacked. They've just been attacked in a mass butchering and slaughtering and whatnot, and and uh, and these nations have the audacity to talk about a two-state solution. It's just incredible. It's absolute depravity, and they don't want to talk about the real solution because Jordan and Egypt have put it as a red line. We don't want to talk about the real solution because it would solve everything. We can't have that. We want to push a two-state depravity bullshit nonsense. That's what we want to do. Anyway, so I've tried to find like the full thing of this, and I haven't been able to kind of do that. Let's see here if this thing is better in regards of. Yeah, we got a little more. Okay, yeah, that looks a little better actually. Okay, so I've been looking at trying to find the full show of this, and I think the Egyptian president is full of bullshit.
It seems like people are still
And the guy from Jordan is full of that's the king of Jordan is full of bullshit as well. Full of bull turd. So
The United States is sending over.
the Egyptian president is full of bullshit, and the Jordan king is full of bull turd. Yeah, well, they're just full of it. Full of absolutely. They don't want to talk about the solution. If you want to know what the solution is, you just need to understand what they believe is the red line. The red line. And it's incredible how the Philistinians authorities are saying, we are not going to move. And yet Egypt is afraid of a mass exodus from Gaza into Egypt, which pretty much is the solution. But anyway, but they don't want that. Isn't that interesting? Isn't it interesting that Egypt would be afraid of these people from Gaza getting into Egypt if they open up the borders? And yet the Philistinians will say, no, we're going to stay in our, so, there's not theirs, And it's interesting how they actually say, well, we accept the Israeli state. And then in the same sentence, what are they saying? Occupiers. They're calling the Jews occupiers. While, we accept the Israeli state. And yet they use the word occupiers about Israel, which actually shows what they really believe about the Jews, which they want to make Israel red with the Jewish blood. Now, this little thing, which, people might not say it's a little thing and all that, but this is just a little droplet compared to what the Mohammedans want to do with the Jews. They want to paint the whole of Israel red in Jewish blood. And the remnant, they want to push out into the ocean, into the sea, okay? And these people have the audacity to talk about a bullshit two-state nonsense, and peace and we need to go back to the 1967 and all that, but it's that's the only thing that is the red line. That's the only thing that shouldn't be on the table, and the only thing that we should talk about, that they have put a red line on. I can't believe, and even Canada is accepting a two-state solution. I haven't listened to all these bullshitting nations and all that, but I would have been sitting there and say, boo! To all of them nearly. It's like incredible, these bullshitters. I would have, just told them they're all bullshitters, because that's what they are. Bullshitters and more bullshit. They're puking all over these so-called presidents and kings and extraordinary, whatever names they want to give themselves, are full of bullcrap. That's what they are, Did anyone ask the Jews what they think about, dividing the land of Israel, and just making another Gaza on steroids, Anyone ask the Jews if they wanted to do that, No, apparently not. It doesn't seem like Israel was there. Iran wasn't there either, it seems. And there was another nation, I think that. But anyway, whatever. But Turkey was there. And Norway seems to have been there. I haven't listened to Norway, what they believe, if they're going to push this two-state solution as well. I was looking for like a full thing about these so you could hear all of them from all the nations and all that. Of course, they're mostly just, puking all over of disgusting filth, because that's the way of the world. Here we have, so I have this video, I think this is in English. It starts out with Libya, in regards to speaking. Of course, Libya, as far as I recall, is also pushing the two-state bullshit. Like, I can't believe it, The Jews have just been butchered and slaughtered and all that, and you people want to talk about further conflict, because that's what it is. It's not a solution in any way. It's just more conflict. The solution is to get these people out. Egypt, open up the borders, let those people out and get all the aid and all that. They can get that in Egypt. Jordan, to accept all those people in the so-called West Bank. Get them out. By the way, if you're actually going to take the so-called West Bank, right, you're going to have to move all the Jews, like what happened in Gaza, right? When the Jews were expelled from Gaza and it was handed over to the so-called Palestinians, those Philistinians, which like 50% of them are, according to their own sources in regards of Gaza, 50% of them are Egyptians and 50% of them are Saudis. Well, if that's true, send them home. Send them back home to Egypt and Saudi Arabia. It's like, it's not their land. And by the way, if people want to, they want to talk, we shouldn't talk about the 7th October and all that. We want to take things in context, right? Yeah, let's take things in context. You see this book? You ever read this book? Where does many of the things happen in this book? Let's see. Jesus was executed in, Jerusalem. The Jews were around that, right? The Jews sentenced him to death for blasphemy in Jerusalem. Oh, yeah. And Israel, the Jews, Israel, the promised land. It's just, if you want to take things in context, here it is. Here's the context. God takes them out, God brings them back, God takes them out, God brings them back. It's just, gotta be kidding me. Yeah, it's like, just give me a break. The people that was in the land, non-Jews, should have expected, the Jews might come back, at some point. It's like, what are they going to, here we have the Jews. Let's get our guns and let's go and tell them that this is our land. Give me a bullshit. Give me rubbish. Absolutely bullshit. The Assyrians took the northern kingdom out, right? The Babylonians took the southern king out. Then the Medo-Persians came around and, brought them back. Then the Romans came around and the Romans took them out. And now the Romans have brought them back. The Jews would not have been in Israel, in the chosen land, if God did not want them there. Like, do we serve a weak God that can't keep the Jews out of his holy land? It's like, hey, and if you want to bring the Jews back, he's going to bring the Jews back. And if anyone tries to uproot them, they will get a spanking, And pretty much have, in regards to these wars going against them, right? Trying to uproot them hasn't really worked out for the Mohammedans, right? Because it's the Mohammedans and they hate the Jews. It's like instilled in them, hatred of the Jews. And now they talk about a two-state bullshit solution, and yeah, so-called solution, but they don't want to talk about the real solution. I wrote to the Egyptians, right? Trying to, hey, oh, they're trying to figure out something and all that, right? Here's the solution. Here's the solution, right? They know the solution because I've seen in regards of information that they know the solution, but they don't want it. You see, it would fix the issue. Yeah, it would fix the issue. It would solve the conflict. And you see, they don't want that. They don't want to solve the conflict. Egypt has done the direct opposite of what they should have done. And it just continues. They should have opened up their borders. What did they do? They closed down the borders. Who got the blame for that? Oh, Israel got the blame for that, of course, because let's just blame Israel for it, right? That's what we do, right? The IDF told the people to go south. What did Egypt do? What did the UN do? What did Hamas do? They stood with the Hamas in regards, yes, stay where you are. Really? And then they tried to negotiate with those people who wanted to get out into Egypt right at their doorstep. But let's not help those, because apparently we don't want to help those people, right? We want to get aid into Gaza, which pretty much can end up going to Hamas, which of course Israel do not want. They don't want that the supplies goes to Hamas because they're fighting these people. How to solve this issue in regards of getting aid to the people, the non-fighting people? Let those people go into Egypt and have the aid in Egypt, where you have a place where there's no explosions and not anything of conflict and all that, right? Win-win situation. It all works out. And now these people are Mohammedans themselves. And they, think about it, importing, fixing these people in Gaza into Israel when these people have so much hatred against Israel. Do you think there might be some problems with this? But that is exactly what this Egyptian bullshitter of a president is proposing. Yeah, because Israel should solve and do this and blah, 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 blah. What a bullshitter, And he knows the solution. He knows the solution, and he's trying to run around. He's trying not only to run around and say, no, this, and, and then they're like, this is a red line. We can't pass this line. In regards to moving the people into Egypt or into Jordan and all, this is a red line. We can't do that because that would liquidate the issue, meaning that it would solve the issue and the two-state solution would be dead. Oh, the conflict of the so-called two-state bullshit, would be dead. Yeah, that would actually be yeah. So you could naturalize those people, those so-called Palestinians, those Philistinians, and you could naturalize them into Egypt, into Saudi Arabia, into Jordan, and other places where they originally are coming from. But that's not what you want to do. And I've just seen some other, you gotta be kidding me. You have to remember that a lot of persecution has been around in the Middle East. And all those Jews in these different places in the Middle East had to go to Israel. So you had a lot of Jews coming from all of the Middle East going into Israel. I think it's around 50% or more of the people in Israel that is actually from these nations. But I can't remember the whole, but yeah, there's a lot of people from the Middle East that went to Israel because of persecution. So you don't see many Jews in many of these places, many of these Mohammedan nations. And then you have Palestinians that went out from the area as well. Of course, you had, I think it was 5 Arab states in 1948 that wanted to annihilate the Jews and the Jewish state. Didn't really work out, So, and then we had one war after another, and they lost more land to the Jews. Yeah, you can't really expect if you're going to attack the Jews and all that, and you can't really expect not to lose any land, right? But it's like you lose the battle and then you cry like babies and like, you're like, they're occupiers. You maybe go read the Bible. How long have you had to read the Bible instead of the stinking Koran? And by the way, the Koran actually says that the Jews would come back as well, the Israelites, at some point. At least two places, as far as I recall. But this is a blasphemous book that should be burned. Any Mohammedan should take the Quran and burn the book, and go get a Bible instead and go read about the true living gods in the Bible and in regards of the chosen land and who it was given to. Maybe read that. Yeah, a good idea to read the Bible. Replace it with the bullshit of the Quran and a false stinking wolf like Muhammad. You gotta be kidding me. A false prophet, a stinking wolf. It's very easy to discount this bullshitter. He doesn't even have sheep clothing on. Yeshua warned us about, and Yeshua, that's Jesus. Yeshua warned us about wolves in sheep clothing. Muhammad doesn't even have sheep clothing on. He's a stinking wolf. It just takes less than 30 seconds to discount this bullshitter. Should we try? Let's see here. Okay. First and foremost, if you are Mohammedan seeing this, if any Mohammedans are seeing this, let's go on. Like 30 seconds, right? You don't believe that Jesus is the Son of God. Strike one. You don't believe that Jesus is God in the flesh. Strike two. You don't believe that Yeshua, Jesus, was executed on the tree. Strike three. Thereby, you do not believe that he was resurrected from the dead. And by the way, you don't believe that he died for the sins of the world because you don't even believe he died. Now, I'll just ask you something in regards of, you might not believe this and that. Let's go past and back in regards of what he was sentenced for, okay? What did the Jews sentence Yeshua to death for? Okay, let's have it. Let's have the machine running. God gave you a brain, right? Okay. So what did the Jews sentence Yeshua to death for? Blasphemy! I wonder what blasphemy is, right? Because you, being a man, make yourself into God. Blasphemy, right? He, being a man, makes himself into God. Who can forgive sin but God? But you will say, well, Yeshua never proclaimed himself God Almighty Jehovah. Bullshit. Before Abraham was, I am. You know how extraordinary statement that is, Before Abraham was, I am. I was dead and now alive forevermore. In regards of, just give me a break. You want to say that Yeshua never proclaimed himself God? You're outrageous. You're just full of bullshit. Anyway, you need to get a Bible and read the Gospel of John, You want to tell me that Yeshua never proclaimed himself to be God? And give me a break. It's on so many levels. It took me around a year to get it, because it takes time, Let's see here. Well, I can't really see here. Do not be afraid. No. Okay, let's see. Here we go. Here, Yeshua, for example. This is the book of Revelation. Do not be afraid. I am the first and the last. Who's the first and last, by the way? The first and last, that's God, right? That's the first and last. That's Jehovah. But anyway, and the living one, another title of God. And I became dead. And see, I'm living forever and ever. Amen. And I possess the keys of the grave and of death. There we go. That's one of the places where Yeshua is proclaiming himself God Almighty. It's just disgusting. You can go through it all, and it's like, where does Jesus says this and that and worship me and all that? Give me a break with the bullshit, okay? Go read the Bible. Go read the Gospel of John or listen to the Gospel of John. Amazing. And again, what did the Jews sentence Yeshua for? blasphemy. What is blasphemy? It's really clear, It's not that Jews understand what Yeshua was proclaiming himself up to be. Many of the Jews don't believe it. They think, it's blasphemy, right? They don't believe it, but they understand what he says because, he's a Jew and they understand what he says instead of a pagan, satanic, Arab or whatnot, Mohammedan, right? Of, Satanist, right? The Jews are Jews and Yeshua is the Jewish king. And he made himself very clear to the Jews. Me and my Father are one. What did the Jews want to do? Stone him for blasphemy. Yeah. You know why? Shema Yisrael Yehovah Eloheinu Yehovah Echad. They would have, would be clinging at the very moment that Yeshua said, me and my Father are one. Hear, O Israel, Jehovah our God, Jehovah are one. When Yeshua say, me and my Father are one, it was like it would be, boo, and they understood it. At the very moment he said it, they understood it, and they took up rocks to stone him. Anyway, it's like, you gotta be kidding me. So anyways, let's listen to these bullshitters. I found that I have this 1 hour and 45 minutes. I don't know how much of it is, but it's at least a good amount of it. So let's start with Libya, which, as far as I recall, is actually also for the two-state solution. Of course, it's not a surprise. But what other garbage and what other bullshit? And that's what it is. But anyway, told them what the solution was. I, wrote Egypt about it in regards to the solution. What are they going to do? They're just going to bullshit around with nonsense. They're going to reject the solution and then push more conflict. Yeah, I can't believe it. These bullshitters. Okay, we'll push it over here to the speaker, and maybe we can do it like this, and yeah, and then you can see how fat I am. Anyway, these last 3 years have taken this toll on me on many levels. But anyway, ready? This is Libya. Let's hear what Libya has to say.
Mosque and all mosques and churches and holy structures in the eastern Jerusalem city. As well, we call for an Arab participation in the negotiations of comprehensive settlement that are going to predicate on the two-state solution and on the
two-state solution. Bullshit. It's like, boo! It's like, just sit, if I was there, I would just boo all these people, most of them. They're just full of bullshit, one after another that is full of bullshit of what I've heard. Even Canada is pushing the two-state garbage. The international community wants a two-state solution, and the United Nations wants a two-state solution and all that. Did anyone ask the Jews about it? It's just like, hey, you guys, do you want to make a gas on steroids, you think it went pretty good, right, in regards to the gas thing, right? If we want to make another thing on steroid, we're just going to take the whole West Bank, so-called West Bank. We're just going to take the whole West Bank from you guys, and we'll just we're going to divide the land, right? We'll take all the Jews, right, that is now in the West Bank, and we'll just put in a lot of these so-called refugees, right? In regards to these Philistinians, and everything will just be so peaceful at that point. Do you think do you really, it's just, the whole world is a madhouse, the whole world is absolutely a madhouse. The Jews have just been, and this is just a drop, and the Jews know what the Mohammedans want to do with them, okay? They want to paint the whole of Israel red with Jewish blood. and then you're doing this international bullshit? Like sticking it to the Jews? in regards to these, yeah, hopefully the Jews will give you the long finger, give the whole international bullshitters the long finger. But we'll see what happens because sadly, the one thing that could maybe make some of the Jews actually go along with this would be to suggest that the Jews will be allowed to make the temple. Yeah, like an international thing and all that. And the Mohammedans will have one side of Jerusalem and the Jews will have the other side. And then we're going to make like this multi-international temple and all that of the Antichrist and all that. Anyway, because we're getting close to the tribulation and all that. But that would be the only thing that could, as far as I can see, make any Jew actually think that it would maybe be a good idea, which I don't think it would be a good idea on any level. But if the Mohammedans would ever sell this idea to the Jews in regards to this two-state depravity of dividing God's land and giving it over to the Fakistinians, the only thing that would actually make any sense in regards of making any Jew actually think that this would be to tell them, yeah, you can build the temple if we do this. That's the only reason I can see that this would actually make any Jew, think maybe, okay. So they offer us to make the temple, and many Jews wants the temple. It's like a Jewish thing, in regards to the temple. Of course, Yeshua said, "Here is more than the temple," because he was the very king that is to sit in the temple, although probably not the third temple that is going to come. But that will be like a gigantic temple in the 1,000-year reign, as far as I know. That is in, I think it's Zechariah or something of that nature. Let's see, or Ezekiel maybe. Can't really see here. That's no, it's not Zechariah. My bad. It's in. I think it's in Ezekiel. Ezekiel, the last couple of chapters in Ezekiel are talking about, as far as I know, the 1,000-year reign temple that will be standing in Jerusalem, when Jerusalem will be the mountain over the mountains, and Yeshua, King Jesus, will rule from Jerusalem. Jehovah will rule in his holy city, the nations of the world. Oh, yeah. Anyway, but that's still future. Anyway, so we have, as far as I can see, at least 2 temples coming up. We have this temple, which will come up at some point, and then it's just a matter of time and, this and that. And then we have the temple in the 1,000-year reign. But anyway, so that's the only, way that I can see that the Jews would ever accept this kind of bullshit. Like, 2 states, and how could they even fathom to propose this after the Jews has just been butchered and slaughtered? It's just like, I'm just like, it's unbelievable that these bullshitters would be so satanically depraved to get we need to make the 2-state solution. Give me a break with you, absolutely rubbish. Anyway, let's just continue and see what he says.
Resolutions of international legitimacy, in order for us to utilize them as a basis for settlement and for reaching an effective resolve for the issue. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not being accused of our preliminary stances regarding protecting civilians. We are not just accused of that, but we cannot at all disregard the suffering and the plight of the Palestinian people that are now put under complete siege and that are living in extreme despair. We need to find resolve for these Palestinian people to still have hope once more.
Let's see, I have a solution. Wow, we have a solution. Egypt, open up your borders, right? That's the red line. I wonder. Probably none of these people is talking about this because Jordan and Egypt have already told us it's a red line. That's the only thing they actually should be speaking about in regards of sorting out the details about it. Saudi Arabia, by the way, is also pushing the two-state solution. So you have Saudi Arabia, we have Libya, we have Egypt, we have Jordan, we have Turkey, we have Russia, and even Canada pushing this bullshit. And we have probably a lot more of bullshitters around pushing this garbage, while the Jews have just been butchered down and all that. Whether this was, in regards of if it was, because it's interesting how it actually was, how the IDF didn't really catch it, But anyway, but whether this and that, it's Hamas still did it, right? So they still did it, They still butchered these people. So, in any case, but I can't see how in the world would these people sell this idea to the Jews. Hey, you guys, you just been butchered, but we have this solution and we're going to push it on you. We want to push it on you to have like a two-state solution. So we're just going to remove all the Jews from the West Bank, and then we're going to take a lot of these Palestinians, so-called refugees, right, that hate you with vehemence, and we're just going to put them in the West Bank, and we're going to make a Gaza on steroids because it worked so good the last time. So we're just going to make another one. Here's another one. The two-state solution is pretty much Jordan, okay? If you want a two-state solution, move to Jordan, okay? The two-state solution isn't Jordan. Jerusalem is the capital city of the Jews. As far as I recall, Jerusalem is not mentioned one single time in the Quran and multiple times in this book. Isn't that interesting? As far as I recall, Jerusalem is not mentioned one single time in the Quran. And this book have it I think was over 600 times or something like that. I can't remember. I might be wrong in regards of memory and all that. I would need to look that up again. But, okay, the Jerusalem is the headquarters, the capital city of the Jews. Why do you think they're called the children of Zion? Who is Zion? Well, Zion is Jerusalem. It's another word for Jerusalem. So when the Mohammedans say, oh, the children of Zion is trying to take, Jerusalem and all that, it's like, hello. They're pretty much saying the children of Jerusalem is trying to take Jerusalem. It's like, give me a break. Anyway, Jerusalem is the headquarter of the Jews, of the great King of God, and saying that, give me a break. Anyway, there's something you can check out in regards to see if I'm right or wrong. But as far as I recall, Jerusalem is not mentioned one single time in the, in the blasphemous book of the Quran, but it's mentioned over 600 times in this. I think it's 634. I'm not sure. It's a long time. Just look it up, Might be wrong. It might be, but it's a good amount of time. And of course, we could just look it up now, but that's just, you can do it yourself and find the full details and all that about that. This is just satanic, evil push of these people, And the Mohammedans are, of course, worshipping the devil, So not a surprise that they are full of bullshit, And you talk about this rocket thing in regards to the hospital. Oh, it obliterated the whole hospital. And hello, the thing hit outside in the car lot. There was 11 cars that was burned, okay? One car was topped, okay, toppled up. The rest of the cars was pretty much standing on their wheels, okay? That's all. 11 cars, around 11 cars burned. I have a wonderful image in regards to that. And now the whole world hate Israel because of a bullshit deception and a lie. It didn't hit the hospital. It hit outside the hospital in the car lot. Yeah, they're just bullshitting around and stirring up hatred, and it worked. It's just bullshit propaganda. Anyway, let's go forward.
The human beings in the Gaza Strip, the most one of the most dense regions in the world in terms of the population. The Strip is collectively.
And by the way, if Egypt is so concerned about the people, open up your borders. Open up your borders, right? Open up your borders. And that is the very solution. You could start out just opening up the borders, and those that wants to get out could get out, okay? And then further details in regards of moving them into Saudi Arabia or staying in Egypt or Jordan or whatnot, where the families are and all that. Just move them out. That would be helping on the peace. So anyway, but that's not where we're going in regards of these bullshitters. So of course, the devil want to go the opposite direction and all that. So yeah, that was also something in regards to the poop, and of course the poop is the Antichrist, the Roman stinking poop. So he's out there making, promoting himself as the man of peace and all that, and he might also end up getting things in regards of this nonsense. But anyway, I think there's a lot of Freemasons in regards of these people. They have making the signs, They're making this sign, right? Like, who stands like this? Yeah, look at this sign, right? They're all making it, you have multiple pictures of these people making this sign. Of course, the Balfour Treaty was also signed by Freemasons. Anyway, it's not really in regards of, even if, God have used satanic powers before to do his will, in regards of the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Romans, the Medo-Persians first, and then the Romans. And now the Romans are being used again to put the Jews back. So it's not like, just because that we have Freemasons that has, written up the Balfour Treaty and all that, and you still have Freemasons around and all that. They're pretty much everywhere. We have these Roman agents, pretty much. The Roman Empire is all over, all over the world, the Roman Empire is. But anyway, I was like, it's disgusting. Anyway, let's further listen to this.
Suffering from the acts of siege and the practices of the occupation.
And there the Egyptian guy sits, and he's, it's so blah blah blah. He's like, I'm so, and he doesn't want to talk about the solution, right? It's just hypocrisy, all of it. It's just it just seems like a show, and now they want to push it on it. I really don't know. I haven't heard a response from Israel yet in regards to this, but it would be interesting to hear a response from some. But maybe the Jews are occupied with some things that actually matters in regards of not following along with this absolutely disgusting nonsense. Maybe they understand that mostly the international world are full of bullshit and tend to do a lot of, absolutely, insane things, right? So maybe they just don't really, let them have their meeting, whatever. We have other things, like some real things to sort out,
Are still practicing arbitrariness and rejecting solutions and peace-oriented.
Rejecting solution. Yeah, should we talk about they probably didn't further talk about the real solution, right? Because again, Jordan and Egypt had put the red line, and even the truth are even slipping out. They're even slipping out. And it's like, hello. Well, we don't want to talk about this. It's like a red line. No. The red line is talking about a two-state bullshit solution that has been dead long ago, and you want to revive this utter garbage just after the Jews have been attacked and butchered and slaughtered and all kinds of insane, disgusting filth from the Mohammedan world. Like, you can, they would say, well, Arabs. No, 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 not Arabs. Mohammedans. Well, in regards to many of them might be Arabs in regards, but like the Persians, as far as I can see, is 98% Persians, right? But what they are Mohammedans, okay? So anyway, whatever. Like, so, you have different nations out there, but what is the thing that really is the same in regard? They're Mohammedans. There might be differences in regards to Mohammedans. The Saudi Arabians are one kind of Mohammedans, and the Persians are another, or the Iranians another kind of Mohammedans. They have some infights and blah 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 and all that, right? Okay, but they all love to hate the Jews. They're all in regards to hating the Jews, and anyway, that's something they can gather around with. Although it doesn't seem like Iran was invited to this, or I don't know if they were invited. Sorry, I don't know if they were invited, but I don't think they are there as far. And Israel wasn't there either. So one source actually says the U.S. wouldn't be there either, but I can see that at least the U.S. has a table. So anyway, there was one other. Anyway, I haven't seen Denmark either. I've seen Norway. Norway is pretty much Denmark, pretty much. We're just a little, two different states, but we're pretty much, the same, pretty much. Anyway,
approaches. We are, ladies and gentlemen, before a real challenge that we have to live up to. We have to own up to our responsibilities in order to stop the plight and the suffering of our brothers and sisters in Palestine.
Our brothers and sisters in, so-called Palestine. The Mohammedans, right? The Egyptians and the Saudi Arabians that are found in Gaza. Yeah, let them go home. Let them go home. It's used like a political thing to make conflict in Israel. It's like a very, very, it's a tool to use against Israel. And then we can blame Israel for everything, of course, right? We can blame Israel for everything. We love blaming Israel for everything, right? Closing down the borders. Oh, it's Israel's fault, Israel, telling people to go south. Why would Israel tell the people to go south? Because they are heavily bombing the place at the moment, and they want to make, they want to get Hamas out. They want to totally obliterate Hamas, okay? That's the goal, right? Go in and obliterate Hamas so they are no more, so this doesn't happen again. And yet you want to make another Hamas at the West Bank, right? You want to make a new state. Anyway, we pretty much have tried it once. It didn't work. We're not going to try it again. That would be absolutely lunacy. I don't know if it's ever going to be, you never know in regards of we have some prophecies in regards of they divided my land and so forward and all that when God is going to judge the nations and all that. But anyway, so and again, maybe some Jews will be persuaded. Maybe the so-called leaders or whatever will make a deal. Who knows? And this and that. In regards of a third temple, and again, that would pretty much be the only thing I can see that would persuade any Jew in that direction, where it could be, maybe be acceptable for the Jews to actually accept this bullshit. So we'll see what happens. But personally, as far as I can see it, it's absolutely just going to make more. And of course, it is actually going to make more issues. Because in regards of prophecy and all that. So that would only take it further into, yeah. Anyway, so it's like, Yeah, sick and tired of. Here we have Mauritania, apparently, as well. There seems to be another Mohammedan state. Also saw the council with all these Mohammedans where you have the moon and the star and all that. And they had, I can't remember the council thing. Iran was there and they talked against the Jews and talking about, I've seen two times where the Iranians had talked about that first in regards to the ninth. No, sorry, well, the seventh was the beginning of the end of the Zionist regime. And the second time I heard that was in regards of that was after the hospital episode, which was a misfired in regards of Gaza. It was their own missile that misfired and all that, and didn't hit the hospital. It hit the car park, car lot outside the hospital. But anyway, so they used that the second time that this hospital thing was the beginning of the end of the Zionist regime or something of that nature. At least it was the end of the Zionist regime. So again, we have heard it twice when two different flavors pretty much. And of course, it stirred up a lot of hatred against the Jews and by a deception and a lie. And I don't know why we should accept, whatever they say in, by Hamas, They're full of bullshit, When they talk, I remember in regards to when they, talking about that the Jews, in regards to the Jews being on the land in the past, right? And there was like, no, the Jews were never in the land, What? We're digging things up every single day, and you're sitting there with a straight face and telling us that the Jews were never on the land. I'm just the depravity and the sickness and the, but that's okay because it's a political opinion. What other outrageous bullshit? It's a lie. It's a deception. It's clearly of the devil. You're going to sell that the Jews were never on the land. So what is this book about? And by the way, this book is it's getting verified on so many levels these days because Israel is the greatest blessing we pretty much could get in regards of they're at the moment digging up the Shiloah pool, in Israel, which this is talked about in regards of Yeshua and all that. We have so many other things but this is the latest one, the latest interesting thing. We have just one confirmation after another confirmation after another confirmation after another confirmation in regards to the Bible and the Jews. And you're going to tell me, oh, the Jews were never on the land. Pretty much literally the ground is what do you call it, crying out, in regards of, hey, the Jews were here, It's like, it's just absolutely insanity. It's just, and the Jew hatred that these people have, the utter Jew hatred that the Mohammedans have, absolutely diabolical. Oh, yeah. Anyway, let's go a little further in regards to the bullshit, right?
In fact,
I would sit there with and boo them all down, because they're full of bullshit. Let's talk about the real solution. But I don't think anyone, probably no one at this council was talking about the real solution. So, because we don't want to talk about that. Oh, we don't. Oh, you're going to make it like a banned thing, that we can't speak about the real solution about this. No, that's a red line. We cannot accept to have it solved because, then we can't push this depravity of a two-state nonsense, which has been dead should have been dead. They're going to revive something so absolutely, so outrageous at a time where the Jews have just been, and you're going to, hey, but hey, we're going to further, bullshit you around, The international world says so that you're going to be kidding me. But I guess they probably didn't ask the Jews about it. I wonder what the Jews would say about it. But again, maybe they don't care about the international bullshitters, Maybe just they're sick and tired of the international world. and their other rubbish and bullshit and absolutely outrageous statements and all that. You know, like, you gotta be kidding me. The Jews are they're surrounded by enemies and different nations who are outside that doesn't have this issue, are going to dictate what the Jews are going to do and all that. The Mohammedans want another Holocaust. Many of them, will say, well, the Holocaust never happened, but we want another one. And they might not be so clear. Some of them are, some of them are not. But that's what they want, okay? They might not say it outright, but they want another Holocaust. They want to paint the whole of Israel red with Jewish blood. Okay, can you understand that? Can you people understand that? This was just a little taste of what the Mohammedans really want to do with all the Jews. There was just a little small taste that happened the 7th of October. I think it was the 7th of October, right? On a Sabbath, on a day of rest, and a high holy day, when the Mohammedans attacked, and even this is like at the time where also nations of the entire world, or people of nations throughout the whole world, are coming to Jerusalem to celebrate the Sukkot, the festival of tents. And on the last great day, the Mohammedans on a Sabbath attacked, not only on a high holy Sabbath, but on the weekly Sabbath, they attacked the Jews. Like, how much more diabolical can you be? A day of rest, a high holy day. Anyway, it's just disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And people want to defend what the people of Hamas did, Oh, you're going to be kidding me. So anyway, if Egypt really wanted to help, if Jordan really wanted to help, if Saudi Arabia really wanted to help, they would take these people out of Israel and let Israel have total, complete control over Gaza and the West Bank and Jerusalem. That's the solution for the peace. But I don't think it will go. It's probably not going to go in that direction if we, also take into consideration prophecy and all that. I don't have all the puzzle pieces filled out and all that. But I know there's something right in regards of God being angry at the nations because they divided the land. And what prophet was that in regards of? I can't remember, but it's somewhere in the Bible. So of course these conflicts and this and that will go on and all that. So, but that would be the solution. The real solution is there. The real solution is to take these people out and naturalize them into Egypt. And when I talk about naturalized in regards of making them part of the nation, not just pointing out, oh, they're refugees, we'll just put them out in the camp and all that, which they have done. Like when they talk about, well, we already have too many refugees. And the question is, why are these people refugees? Why are these people refugees? Why haven't you naturalized these people? Made them part of the rest of the nation? That's a good question, isn't it? Anyway, talking about their Arab brothers. Arab. Give me a break. Anyway, that's
news. There are agencies among which is the United Nations that has warned of the gravity of the situation in Palestine in the midst of targeting mosques, houses, churches, and hospitals. And according to the...
Oh yeah, by the way, when the IDF told these people to move south, which apparently according to some sources says that around 400,000 people actually did go south. The idea of moving these people is because IDF is actually concerned about human lives, So one of the things is to move these people down south where there's less risk of them dying, being hit by some of these airstrikes and so forward and all that. And when the IDF is going to go into the north in regards of Gaza, the less people that is in the area, the less issue for both the IDF and in regards of civilian lives, And then people will say, well, why and this and that, and some died and all that. Yeah, but the point is there's less risk for these people in the south than there would be in the north. And when Israel is going to go in at some point, which it seems to be, right? So if they go in, they want to have as less people, around, when they go in. So again, it's trying to save lives, and further in regards of if Egypt really wanted to help in regards of these lives, they could open the borders. They could open, standing with arms spread around and just say, hey, you people of Gaza, our brothers and sisters, come into Egypt to a safe place. And we have the aid trucks and all that. We just have lots of aid for you guys. And there's no rockets and no airstrikes and all that. Just come in here, have a break, and we'll figure out what we're going to do from here, okay? But they're not going to do that, because they know it's a solution, and it would take away the possibility of pushing this two-state nonsense, which I can't believe that so many nations are so wicked, evil, so they want to push this at a time where the Jews have just been slaughtered and butchered, and yet these people want to make a Gaza on steroids in the West Bank. It's just absolutely outrageous. You can't even fathom that people would be so evil to push this and just put it in the nose of Israel, and the Jews at this point. Absolutely ridiculous, absolutely evil. I just can't. It's really hard to fathom how how much depravity it really takes, and how many demons it takes to push something so insane, Just
rule, and the hospitals right now, and according to the report of the WHO, are completely out of control. In fact, we would like to express that we are against unilateral decisions, and that we are against the forcible displacement of the Palestinian people into Sinai.
We are against that. We actually solve the issue. But we are okay with the two-state solution, and making much more trouble for Israel.
Sinai.
I am okay. I just wanted to have the link here. But yeah, so what and they want to push this like, we have to move forward. We have to move forward. Yeah, but you're moving forward in the wrong direction. You're moving into more conflict. So, and again, it's interesting when the Palestinian, leader talks about, we're not going to move, we are going to stay, and blah, 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 right? And yet Egypt is afraid of an exodus going from Gaza into Egypt. So clearly there's people that don't want to be in Gaza. Like, we could quickly see if there was any problem. We could quickly see if who was actually speaking the truth, right? Let's open the borders to Egypt and let Egypt, take these people into some camps in regards of, aid and so forward. And so we can figure out in regards to naturalize these people into a better life and all that, and instead of this nonsense of this little thing in regards of gas and all that. Let the people go home to their rightful place. And I'm not talking about Israel, okay? Let the Jews alone. Stop cursing the Jews and stop making conflict with them and stop all the hatred against them. All these resources in Gaza, they could have used all these resources to make like a blooming little city, whatever you want to call it, a blooming place. And what did they use these resources for? weapons, rockets, and tunnels, and it's just give me a break. They could have used all those resources on making life a lot better in Gaza, and having Israel as a partner to help them, and peacefully moving forward. But you see, every time that's in regards of peace, in regards of Mohammedans and all that, it's just a work up to another wall. So, we get some peace, yeah, but it's just a work up to another wall, and another wall, and another wall, and another wall. It's like a Mohammedan deception of bullshit as it is. That's just how it works out, They're deceivers, they're bullshitters, they're evil, they're followers of the devil, okay? That's just how it is. Mohammedanism is a stinking, filthy religion of the devil. 1.8 billion people are following this bullshit. It's a religion of fear and murder and absolutely lying, stinking, deceptive filth, That's what it is. Any Mohammedan should burn that Quran and get going finding out who Jesus really is. Oh, we believe in Jesus, they say. Bullshit. You believe in your own homemade, disgusting, filthy version, that is only a prophet, right? Yeah, Jesus is only a prophet. No, Jesus was not just only a prophet. He's God Almighty in the flesh. And he died for the sins of the world and resurrected 3 days later. But you don't believe in all those things because you're following a satanic bullshitter. Okay? That's Muhammad. Coming 600 years after the event. Isn't it interesting that you reject the words of Jesus, you reject all the testimonies from the first century and history and all that, and then you just make up your own version, your own false version? Yeah, a lot of people believe in different versions of Jesus, right? There's like lots of fake versions. The two most popular versions, fake versions, is the cookie Jesus and the only prophet version Jesus. That's like 3 billion people just right there. That's a lot of people believing in bullshit and following the devil, And then you have the rest, okay? That is much more clear. But anyway, let's see. That's just anyway. Roman Catholicism and Mohammedanism is like two sides of the same wicked coin, although Rome is the head. There you go. Lots of things in common. They might look different, but they have lots of things in common. Although Roman Catholicism are wolves in sheep clothing compared to Mohammed and Mohammedanism, that is just stinking wolves, Stinking, depraved wolves, Can smell them miles away, Anyway, just give me a break. Against that we actually solved the issue. Oh, that was not it. Okay. I need to go back to the video here, see if we can find it. Apparently that was there we go.
And that we call for the continuation of the operation of the Rafah crossing under the supervision of Egypt. And as well, we call for the re-establishment of vital installations, institutions, and the reconstruction of vital infrastructure in the Gaza Strip. Specifically.
Yeah, again, let's not just open up the Rafah crossing or any other places that we actually could in regards on the Egyptian side here on the south and just open up for people to actually get out. No, we want things to go in, but we don't want to take the people that actually want to get out, right? And then this Egyptian bullshitter of a president says, well, I have another idea, another bullshit idea, right? Let Israel take all these people that don't want to be in Gaza into the, what's it called? I lost the brain here. The thinking I lost the information. The Negev, into southern Israel in the Negev, right? I'm sure that won't be any problem in regards of these people having such a hatred against Israel. yeah, again, make it an issue of Israel again and again. Egypt don't want to help. They're clearly not the friend of Israel. They're full of bullshit. Actually, I saw a source as well where Israel was telling people if there was any Jews in Egypt or Jordan that they should get out. I wonder why. It seems like Israel understands the bullshit of Egypt and Jordan. So, and just the thing, right? If Egypt or Jordan is going, if they attack Israel at any point, they should be obligated to take these people in Gaza and the West Bank upon themselves after they lose, okay? But anyway, that's just, they should know that if they're going to attack Israel at some point and take part in this nonsense that is going around, and when they lose, they should be expected to take upon their own people from the West Bank and Gaza onto themselves. And stop with all the bullshit of a two-state bullshit solution, right? Because it's not a solution. And you have Jordan. Jordan is pretty much the two-state solution. Already a divided Israel already. The area of Jordan was already pointed out to be given to the Jews. Then it was divided, right? It was chopped off. And then it was chopped off again. And the Jews just ended up accepted that little piece that they were allowed to have. And then all the Arab states, well, not all of them, 5 Arab states or so attacked them, right? Because they wanted to annihilate the Jews. And by some kind of a miracle, the Jews actually won, But then we have multiple wars where they have tried to wipe the Jews out and all that. Didn't really go so good, Lots of miracle stories as well. Someone seems to be helping the Jews. So someone seems to actually want the Jews in the nation and protecting them against her enemies. And if you actually look onto the fingerprints of these miracle stories and all that, and you read the Bible, that's just something that sounds very, very much alike, But anyway, that's another topic, of course, as well. But anyway, if God didn't want the Jews in the Holy Land, is in His land, they would not be there. It's just so It's just you just use your brain, right? If God didn't want the Jews in the land, they wouldn't be there. He threw them out. It's like it's easy for Him. Like, throw them out. I don't want you there now. Then come back. Now you're going to come back. You're going to come back. It's like, ooh, So anyone that is going to go against Israel is going to go against God. If God wants them there, never to be uprooted, who are you going to go against? Are you going against the Jews? No, you're not only going against the Jews, you're going against God. And you're going to get a whooping, If God wants them there, they're not going, and He doesn't want them to be uprooted, you're not going to uproot them. It's not going. You can take the whole world, all the armies of the world, and you can go against Israel, right? And you will get a whooping, you gotta be kidding me. You really think you're going to go up against God, and win, It's like, it's like the pride and the, what do you call it? Just amazing in people, right? Anyway.
After they got entirely demolished by the Israeli military machinery, we would like to express that we stand wholeheartedly with Egypt and our Arab brotherly countries.
Our Arab brothers. Well, our Mohammedan brothers. Yeah, we stand with them to push a two-state bullshit solution. It's amazing how you couldn't even make it up, It's just absolutely disgusting.
Against the attempt of the liquidation of the Palestinian cause, and from
they use the word liquidation. Another word for liquidation is to solve the issue. To solve the issue, they just use the liquidation. I have quotations and all that from. They know it's a solution. They know it's a solution, but they do not want to go in that direction. But they know it's a solution. And if Egypt would have done good, they could have opened up their borders and helped in the direction of peace. And what did they do? Go in the direct opposite direction and clearly standing against Israel. So I don't know how, I don't know how people can say, well, these Mohammedan nations actually wants Israel to take out the Hamas and all that. As far as I can see, that's bullshit. As far as I can see, Egypt seems to stand with Hamas, and the rest of the Mohammedan nation seems to stand with Hamas. Because why would the fruit that they bear be against Israel on so many levels if they're actually, standing in secret with Israel, Why would they then push all this garbage, that just makes so much conflict and more conflict, really? It doesn't make any, you just look at what they do and you can clearly see there's something, they are like, they are fake friends, fake friends of Israel, That was an expression I never looked up in regards of, I read in regards of cold friends or something. I'm not entirely sure what that really, didn't really look it further up. But yeah, there's clearly something, they're going against, they're not helping the situation. They're just making it worse. They're going in the opposite direction, instead of making it better, they're making it worse. And now they've just gone full blown into retard mode and pushed this two-state nonsense, After the Jews have just had the butchering of their people, and then, we have to revive the two-state bullshit insanity and make a Gaza on steroids. So, in regards of liquidation means to solve the issue, to not have the issue anymore, to not have the conflict anymore, to solve the issue. But they do not want to have it solved. But that is the solution. That is the real solution. If they really wanted to have peace in the Middle East, that's the solution. But that's not their goal. That's not their agenda. They want Israel wiped out.
Here, I would like to call on our colleagues in the Security Council and the United Nations agencies to undertake their responsibilities in order to find a resolve for the Palestinian issue. And President Abdel Fattah Sisi.
Yeah, I wonder what how we could solve this. It's not like hello. And the good thing is, that clearly some of the world knows the solution. It's just so wonderful. It's just wonderful to see that actually people understand what the solution is. So it's not like just me saying it, It's nice to see that people actually knows the solution, and thereby, in regards of getting these people into Egypt. That's the first step to get these. Actually, the first step is just open the borders into Egypt and let those people who want to flee. Okay? All those people who don't want to be partakers of this conflict and all that in Gaza, let them move into Egypt. And then let Israel do what they are going to do with Hamas. And then we'll take it from there. So, anyway. But yeah. Let's see if, in regards to when the Philistinian guy is saying, well, we're going to stay and blah, blah, blah. Well, let's see if that's true if Israel is opening their borders. Because clearly Egypt is afraid, and Jordan as well, is afraid that these people would run to them. So, which is the solution. Again, they would get a better life instead of being in this little boxed area in regards of Gaza and all that. To get into Egypt, there's a lot of space, in Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and all that, and they could gather with their families instead of being in this place. Just hey, Egypt, open up your borders and see what happens. Are the Philistines going to stay or are they going to leave? I think a lot of them are going to leave. I think a lot of them actually wants to leave. Okay? I don't think it might be a lot more than people actually believe. If they could get out of Gaza, this area, they had the possibilities of moving around if they are naturalized into Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and so forward, and they would just become part of the rest of the Mohammedan nations, and some of the air would be taken out of the balloon. I understand that it wouldn't be all of it, for sure. There would still be hatred against the Jews. It's a thing. Everybody loves to hate the Jews, and in the Mohammedan world, it's really a thing, right? But we have had Jew hatred as well in the West. And so it's not only the Mohammedans. Everybody tends to love hating the Jews. Although they don't make it easy to love them either. But but yeah, it's a thing. You know, it's interesting, right? When Christians are coming to Israel to support the Jews, right? And then the Jews are just like, it's like, don't you have enough enemies? Like, why would you attack those Christians who are coming to your nation, like on Sukkot, and just want to show their support for you guys, for the Jews, right? To support you in regards to the claim of Israel, right? And then you want to spit on them, and just I don't understand. I don't understand. You don't have that many friends, right? And you see all these Christians coming to support you and to show their. And then it's not all the Jews, of course. Some Jews actually do, are very appreciated that actually that Christians are coming to show their support on the Sukkot, which is the last festival, the last biblical festival of the year. So it's not all Jews, but some Jews are just it's like, give me a break. How many friends do you have the Mohammedans that want to butcher you and all that, and you're complaining about Christians coming to show their support for the Jews, but they talk about this Jesus guy, right? And you don't like that, and it's like, oh, come on. Anyway, let's move forward.
Once more, let me reiterate and say that I wholeheartedly thank you, and I thank our dear Majesties, Highnesses, and Excellencies.
There we go with all these greatness of titles, right? These bullshitters.
And the members of delegations for their keenness on participating in this very important international summit, in order for all of us to protect our brothers and sisters in the Gaza Strip and to...
Our brothers and sisters in the Gaza Strip. Yeah. Let them move home. Let them move home into Egypt in the beginning. That's the first stage. And then figure out from there. The international nations can then bring all the aid into Egypt, a safe zone for these people to help them and save lives, and then we'll take it from there. And you just do it safely. Fixing things. Anyway, let's just see if this works out in support of Israel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's only 6. Where's the 7? I'm missing one. That's not good. What's the 7? Should be one more. Okay. That's interesting. I thought we had one more. Okay, let's see if we can find the last one. 1, 2, 3, 4. There should be one more. No, there we go. There we go. I don't know. There was a little water in them. So I actually had them on fire. Well, there doesn't seem to be any. There didn't really seem to be any water in this one, at least. There was some water in the other ones. So this actually looks pretty good. Doesn't seem to be an issue of this. So hopefully. Okay, but anyway, let's take the others and put them out. Doesn't seem to be too much wind, but this is like, it doesn't really do much. It's very easy to push them out. See, that's one. Yeah. That's one. Let's take another one. There we go. Second one. And I have this one. Number 3. And we'll have, hopefully the wind is not too much. 4. Great. I guess the clock is going up. That was like 1, 2, 3, 4. Then number 5. 5. Great. And this one looks very easy to push out. Hopefully it won't go out. There we go. 6. Oh, we'll see. I have the other LED. Have these kind of things. They seem to be working pretty good. But yeah, here we go. Number 7. There we go. That looks pretty good. So they're standing outside, but it's like, maybe I should actually try to just turn off the light here. There we go. Look at this. Looks pretty good. But I don't know if they will continue to keep. It doesn't seem to be that much wind. So, yeah. Anyway, I just need a pee break. So I'll be right back. Give me a 2 minute. Well, maybe not 2 minutes, but I just need to get the water out. Oh my. Okay, there we go. And there's still light in the 1, 2, 3. Yep, there's still light in all 7. And not too much wind. Let's see if there's anything over here, by the way. There's some carrots and this and that. Yeah, anyway. Let's. Oh man, there's some banana thing here. Oh, yep. Okay. No, I should have vacuumed. Oh, it's only 2033, so I could actually still do vacuum cleaning. It's actually not that, you know. So I thought it actually was later. It's pretty dark outside. But anyway, let's listen a little more. We haven't really gone far, so but yeah, they're pretty much full of bullshit.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
And I thank our dear Majesties, Highnesses, and Excellencies, and the members of delegations for their keenness on participating in this very important international summit in order for all of us to protect our brothers and sisters in the Gaza Strip and to give them their self-determination right and to ensure their right for life. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed Al-Manfi, the head of the Presidential Council.
Okay, now the Egyptian guy speaks a little, the president.
From the Republic of Libya. And now I give the floor to Mr. Boutros Sanchis, the head of the Spanish government.
So now it's the Spanish government. I don't think I've heard what the Spanish want to tell. Let's see if they want to support a two-state solution garbage nonsense thing.
At this critical moment when we are all still in shock from the ongoing spiral of violence and bloodshed, it is time for the international community to act boldly. Therefore, I would like to start by thanking President Al-Sisi for gathering us today in Cairo. This summit must be the first step towards restoring peace in the region and breaking this terrible cycle of violence. Spain's position is crystal clear, as reflected in the joint statement we, the European leaders, adopted last Sunday. We strongly condemn the terrorist attacks perpetrated against Israel, and we also recognize Israel's right to defend itself in strict compliance with international law and international humanitarian law. If the international community does not act, the situation can dramatically worsen. At this point in time, we need to focus both on what is urgent and on what is important. There are three priorities we must address urgently. First, we must protect the civilian population and guarantee humanitarian access to Gaza. That means sustainable and sizable humanitarian, and that meets the needs for the Palestinian population. Furthermore, I join the UN Secretary General's call for a humanitarian ceasefire. Second, Hamas must release all hostages immediately and without conditions. We must ensure all hostages, including Israelis and other nationals, can return safely with their families. Third, we cannot let this conflict turn into a regional crisis. The situation is very volatile, and a small spark can start a wildfire. We must use all our political influence with all relevant actors to avoid an escalation of the conflict. At the same time, while we act upon what is urgent, we must act on what is important. And that means offering the Palestinian people, as well as the Israeli people, a credible prospect for peace, which must be the implementation of the two-state solution. Two states, Palestine and Israel, in peaceful and safe coexistence.
Oh God, I've been kidding me, Spain, Let's go a little back. And by the way, it was Spain that drew out the Mohammedans. As well, they have some history on that as well. But you gotta be kidding me. That's this bullshit.
For too many.
Yeah. Let's try to go a little back. Let's hear that again. Was pretty good in regards of getting those free the hostages and all that. That was good, no problem there. But still pushing the wrong direction. Instead of just saying, "Hey, no, but that's the red line. We don't want to talk about the red line."
A credible prospect for peace, which must be the implementation of the two-state solution.
Which must be the implementation of the two-state solution. What is wrong with these people? What is absolutely wrong with these people? These people are sick. Absolutely sick. That's what they are. That must be an implementation of a two-state. You gotta be kidding me! One of these like puppets or something like that. Just speak what they're told or what,
Freeing the Palestinian people, as well as the Israeli people, a credible prospect for peace, which must be the implementation of the two-state solution.
Which must be the implementation of the two-state solution. What a stinking bullshitter, What a stinking bullshitter. I would just be sitting there and say, boo, to all these bullshitters. Boo, boo, boo. Maybe you're not allowed to do that until the end, maybe. If you're allowed to clap, right? You would be thinking that you were allowed to say boo at the end, right? Boo. Yeah, I would think so anyway. Right? If you can show your support for the message, you should also be able to show your disagreement with the message, right? But I guess, it's a little hard to, some of the things were good, and some of the things, in regards to the 200 200 hostages being freed without any condition, that's good. No problem with that. I will stand with that for sure. But this two-state bullshit, oh my! Well, do these people actually understand what they're saying? Do they understand what they're saying? Are they just totally non-thinking people just following the lead of the devil?
Offering the Palestinian people, as well as the Israeli people, a credible
Yeah, we have to also the Israel people. I'm sure the Israeli people, after having all their people, having a huge amount of their people murdered and butchered and all that, and all these disgusting things. I'm sure they will just accept a gas on steroids. Yeah, no worries about that. I'm sure they will just open up their arms and say, "Oh, this is a great idea," or something. you know, like if the international bullshitters would find an agreement in regards to this two-state solution, I think the only thing Israel should do is to give them first this one and then this one, and tell these international bullshitters to take a hike, That's what I think Israel should do. Take a hike. We're in the middle, surrounded by enemies. You have no idea how it is. No idea. And you're just pushing this garbage on us, you know? This one, that's what you can get from us. I think that's would be the response that Israel should do, and the Jews. Oh, absolutely outrageous, I think. Oh, a two-state solution. So Spain apparently is pushing the two-state solution as well. Yeah. One thing is in regards to the Arab nations, because they were also against Israel from the very beginning, if I recall correctly, in regards of voting for and against and all that. So it's not really a surprise that the Mohammedan nations are actually, did I? Hopefully I didn't say. But anyway, it's not, in regards to the Mohammedan nations being against Israel, it's not really a surprise. Pushing bullshit and all that. It's not totally a surprise. But these like Canada and Spain pushing this garbage, that's sad. That's very sad to see these. Absolutely. And Spain, with the history that they have in regards to the Mohammedans, should know a little about Mohammedanism and how they were released from this Mohammedan filth in the past. And how happy they were about it.
prospect for peace, which must be the implementation of the two-state
It
solution.
must be the implementation of a two-state depravity and more issues for the Jews. Whatever.
two states, Palestine and Israel, in peaceful and safe coexistence. For too many years, the international community thought we...
And the Egyptian guy is sitting there and he's like, oh, he loves, it's like, what about telling him the truth? Why? Well, what about telling him the facts? You open your borders and let these people in. If you're concerned about the citizen of Gaza, you open the borders. You take these people in and you hurry in regards of it, because the longer you wait, the more people will die because of you. Of course, you don't want to take your own people in from Gaza.
We could live without paying too much attention to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
Like, this is like soft, this and that. It just, are these people just puppets or something like that?
Recent events have proved us wrong.
It's like one of these, like, soft, it has to look good and all that, instead of just giving some punch,
Today, we cannot postpone a solution. The international community has demonstrated in the past that if there is political will, there is a future. The Madrid Conference in 1991 and the Oslo agreements are good examples that we can bring hope.
So we have to do something now and implement a two-state solution. You try to tell that to the Jews, okay? You try to tell that to the Jews. Hey, you guys, we're going to take the West Bank. We'll drive out all the Jews from the West Bank, so-called West Bank. And we're just going to make a new Gaza on steroids. Hey, no worries. Just trying to help, peace, 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 whatever. Bullshit. So we're going to divide your land while you are having a conflict with Gaza, right? It's just insanity.
We must seize every opportunity to promote dialogue and peace.
It's interesting that they don't want to discuss or talk about the real solution, right? And you would think that all the solution would be proposed, maybe, and talked about, but apparently some things we can't accept, It's just full of bullshit. It's just full of bullshit.
Dear colleagues, what we need today is to protect all civilians. I repeat, what we need today is to protect all civilians. Those who are kept hostage and need to be brought back with their families, and those who are suffering horror in Gaza. And the only way to achieve this is through more humanitarian aid and a humanitarian ceasefire. But at the same time, we must strive to set the building blocks for two states, Israel and Palestine, that respect each other.
There we go again. Anyway, I'll see if I can boost the sound. I have it on full, but I just recall that you can boost it even more over above there, because he's very low. Let's try that. See if this works. I forgot about that. Let's go a little back.
And states, Gaza. And the only way to achieve this is through more humanitarian aid and a humanitarian ceasefire. But at the same time, we must strive to set the building blocks for two states.
Strive to set the building blocks of a two-state. What a lot of rubbish. This thing has been dead for years, and they want to revive it. And again, these people are just so. How can they do that? Like, hey, the Jews have just been butchered and slaughtered, and these bullshitters are bullshitting around. It's hard to imagine that these people can be so absolutely. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. I don't know how the Jews would react to this, but I would think they would probably be disgusted by it. But I don't know. I haven't heard any replies from the Jews about this. But again, maybe they're concerned about like real things. and not this kind of bullshit, puppet show, whatever you want to call it, of the devil.
Israel and Palestine that respect each other and coexist in safety and peace. I sincerely wish that this summit will set the course for peace in the Middle East, peace that will ensure that the dramatic events that we are witnessing today won't happen again. Shukran.
Yeah, so let's build up another Gaza on steroids. And let's not talk about the solution, right? Like, why is it that no one seems to be, at least, as far as I've heard any of these, I've heard, outside this video and all that, I've heard some of the others and all that. Why is that no one talks about the solution? Besides, Egypt and Saudi Arabia talking about, well, that was the guy that said, in regards of the liquidation of the thing, right? And it's just, but yeah, they don't want to go further into talk about that this could actually be a solution.
أشكر معالي السيد.
So now we have the Egyptian bullshitter, the president of Egypt.
Thank you, Your Excellency Pedro Sanchez.
Your Excellency. Bullshitter.
The Spanish government chief. And now I give the word to Kyriakos Mitsotakis, president of Greece.
Greece. I haven't heard about Greece either. Let's see if they also support a bullshit solution.
Thank you. Excellencies, let me start by thanking President Sisi for hosting this international conference aimed at addressing the current crisis in the Middle East. These are extraordinary times, and the situation in our common neighborhood is extremely grave. So,
if I had been invited to this, I might not have been re-invited, because I would have, told them what utter garbage it is in regards to this red line. And I think we should talk about this red line. And that red line they have, they can throw it in the garbage in regards of a red line. We're going to talk about it, and we're going to do it. That's the way that's the solution. If you don't want to talk about the solution, what are we here for, right? Why are we here? Why are we here if we can't talk about the solution? If you say we are not allowed to talk about the solution, we are allowed to talk about other things, right? But we're not here to talk about the real solution, because that's a red flag. That's a red line. That's whatever, you can use the words, right? It's bullshit.
so it is right that we meet together here today. And in these critical moments for peace and stability in the region, I come here today as a true friend and as a neighbor. And the one key message to come out of today should be that we all condemn terrorism in all its forms, and we deplore the loss of life and the harm that has been inflicted to innocent civilians by the violence in Israel and in Gaza since the 7th of October terrorist attack by Hamas. There are innocent victims on both sides. There are civilians kept hostages, and no peace can be discussed until they are free. And there are civilians killed and wounded in horrible conditions, brutally assassinated in their homes in Israel, losing their lives in the destruction of the Al-Ahli hospital in Gaza. The position of Greece,
are we talking about the hospital, the propaganda thing? Let's go a little back.
assassinated in their homes in Israel, losing their lives in the destruction of the Al-Ahli hospital.
I can't remember what was the name of that hospital, because the hospital wasn't destroyed. So if he's talking about the propaganda that was promoted by the Philistines and all that, I don't know. I can't remember the hospital name. It's just too many informations upstairs. But there was no hospital. There was no hospital destroyed. Do I really need to show it? I guess I need to show the image, because people are so full of bullshit. Let's go in and see it. Okay. We're nearly low on power. I don't know. I don't know why that would be. Okay, let's see if we can find some oxygen to the mobile phone before it actually turns off. There we go. So let's go into Gap. Let's see the picture. This is just full of bullshit. By the way, we also have some quotations from Sisi. The bullshitter of Egypt. So just can't believe that guy. And the Jordanian king. Both of them are just full of depravity. What is this? I don't want to have a pro. I just want to get to my profile. Could we not go to my profile? Thank you. What is going on? Have they made something new or something? So Gap, by the way, is a Roman Catholic platform. So you have a lot of Jew hatred in here. Of course, I stand against all the bullshit and all that. There's a lot of lies and deceptions and all that, but you can really see how Roman Catholics are. And of course, Nazism is also a part of Roman Catholicism. So you also have Nazis in here and Roman Catholics and all that. So, anyway, so here we have my profile. You can go in and follow me if you want, if there's anyone actually seeing this, of course. So let's see here. We have the seat in the office of the papacy, the biblical historical antichrist and all that. And here we have one of the things here. But here we have some history in regards of Israel. In regards to the hospital, but we're just looking for the image. Here we have some anti-flat earth, pancake bullshit and all that. This is something you can observe yourself. You don't need to go into space and all that. Because we are living on a ball, It's round, It's not a flat pancake, This is obviously of different posts in regards of my thoughts on things. The evil of Egypt, that's actually something I sent to the Egyptian government and all that. I actually wrote them a couple of times. I didn't get any response. Here we have son of Hamas, leader breaks silence, they must be stopped. I actually had a new video from that guy. That was, he was pretty popular years ago, and now, of course, again. You see him. He's really trying to be subtle about it, but you can see other, there we go. You look at that. At the exact point that they stop for the camera, this guy quickly gets out the sign. And, you can see this one as well. And of course, he doesn't look English at all. He looks like an Indian, but that's apparently England's prime minister or something like that. You just, look at that. It just looks like he's showing the sign. I think they're pretty much mostly all of them are Freemasons. It wouldn't really be a surprise. There we go. Look at that. You look at that. Look at the sign, and he's really, really into it. Maybe I don't know if I can turn it around here. Well, probably can. Probably. See here. Now to rotate. There we go. See here if we can turn it around. There we go. So it's a little more visible, and you can see the signs. This is the U.S. guy. This is Sisi, the Egyptian stinking president who don't want to open up the borders for these people in Gaza. But anyway, and then again we see where this guy is doing it pretty. He's trying to do it subtly. But look at this guy over here. He just goes full in on the sign, He just goes totally full in on the sign. He's like really into this, giving this sign. So you have one that does it subtly, and you have the other guy who just, goes in totally full force into. Anyway, but I think they're, Freemasons. And here we have some information in regards of the bullshit of the Gaza hospital. But anyway, we're looking for the picture. There we go. Here we have the picture. Now we can push it to actually. Can we get like a full screen picture on the mobile? There we go. Okay, it's maybe not the best quality. Over there is the blast of the misfire. You can see those three cars, although it's not easy to see. But this car has been pushed into this car, pushed into this car. So, but this car stands pretty much in front. This car has been toppled over, so that must have been closer to this, I would think. But this is the only car that has been toppled over. Then you have around 11 cars in this area, and you can't see there's some over there as well. But around 11 cars, full cars, are burned out. You can see that there's still glass in some of the cars over here and all that. But overall, you have 11 cars. This is where it hit. Right there. This building doesn't seem to be affected. This building doesn't seem to be affected. This building doesn't seem to be affected. Now there are some buildings over here, and if we turn the camera and all that, but the only thing that pretty much seems to have been hurt, these buildings, is in regards of the roof tiles, and they are pretty. It's pretty easy to move roof tiles and all that in regards of storms and wind and all that. So it's not a biggie, but some of them are moved. This is what it is. This is the misfire. This is the misfire. And they say 500 people were killed and plus 600 people were hurt. I don't know how you get 500 people into this area. Do you understand? Do you know how you get 500 people into this area? I don't know. It's and 600 people hurt and all that. And some other sources says that 800 people died and blah 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 blah. It didn't, and they talk about the whole building, the whole hospital was leveled by the ground. It didn't even touch the hospital. So this is the bullshit that made huge amount of the world, blow up in utter fire against Israel. It's just bullshit. This mess. Can you see how much bullshit there is? There's so much bullshit, and this is what they use. This is what they use to propagate a lot of hatred all over the Mohammedan world, and of course the Mohammedans are also in the Western nations now, and this and that, and people just love to hate the Jews and all that, and hate the truth and all that. They will just jump on any wagon. So that's the image, okay? So I can't remember what the hospital was called. Just can't remember everything. But this is the best picture I found for. I've seen videos as well and all that. And what the IDF provided fits what we see. There's no building blown to pieces. I haven't seen any images of dead people either in that area. When they talk about, where they talk about, well, there's dead people, laying all around and all that. And you look at the image where you see the burning cars, and it's like, I don't see a single one. I don't see a single body around, at that. And it's not that good quality either. It's even hard to see it's cars that are burning, but when you see the after pictures and the before pictures and all that, you can figure out, okay, that's the middle car that is burning, and then you have the the burning of this and that. But where's the you don't see any bodies. And like 500 people dead is pretty good amount. Yeah, okay. If a hospital was destroyed and all that, you can maybe understand that that 500 people might be killed, right? If a whole hospital was destroyed, right? Okay, that makes this didn't even hit the hospital. Of course, people could have been out there and all that in the parking. Just although it seems a little weird because how are the cars then going to move back and forward and all that? So that seems kind of, I don't see, and if all these people died and was, in regards of explosions, I'm just thinking, wouldn't you actually see a lot of blood around? Like 500 people in this area, right? Being hit by an explosion. Wouldn't you think that there would be blood all around? I'm just, it's like, I just, I'm just trying, thinking, right? Something that apparently a lot of people don't do. But I would think that if an explosion hit and people were losing arms and, legs and whatnot and all that, right? And 500 were killed and all that. I would think that there would be blood all around. If we see some of these Jewish, those things that happened against the Jews, that was like blood all over, in regards to their houses and all that. And here we don't see any blood. Do you see any blood? I don't see any blood at all. I don't see any bodies. Okay, they could have moved the bodies. I understand. They could have moved the bodies. But where's the blood? Because all of the black things are still there. It doesn't seem like they've cleaned anything in regards to that. So, yeah. So again, bullshit on bullshit and more bullshit, and just keeps on going with the bullshit. It just doesn't stop. But it's so clear that it's bullshit, and yet most of the world just jumped right along with this absolute nonsense. And I can't even remember what this Grecian guy, if he actually was promoting the two-state solution, but let's listen to him and see what he says. See if I can still charge the mobile without actually having it heat up and all that. Let's try.
Losing their lives in the destruction of the Al-Ahli hospital.
The destruction of the Alec hospital. Again, if he's talking about that hospital thing, which they promoted as, propaganda and all that, there was no hospital that was destroyed, okay? No hospital. But anyway, let's see what his name is.
Losing their lives in the destruction of the Al-Ahli hospital.
I think it's the Al-Ahli hospital Gaza, something of that nature. See, Ali, deadly blast at the crowded Al-Ali hospital in Gaza. Let's see if this is the what hit Al-Ali hospital in Gaza. Sounds like it's the thing that we're thinking about. Let's see here if we can find an image of. And now, of course, there's like an advertising bullshit. I do not agree. Okay, Gaza hospital. What video pictures and other evidence tells us? Yeah, it's the same place. They're just showing again. What are they showing? Are they showing a blown out hospital? No, they're showing some burned out cars, okay? And this is actually a picture where you see it from another angle and some of the cars that wasn't on the other picture. So here we have 3 more cars. Up there you can see some tiles, some roof tiles. This is what, this is some of the things that was, where the building was somewhat a little. And there's another place where you have tiles being, what do you call it, disturbed, But the building is still there. The building is still there. Building is still there. It is utter rubbish. There was no hospital being destroyed. Okay, it's so obvious. The lie and the deception is so obvious, and yet people run with this bullshit. It's just, a whole hospital was destroyed. 500 people were dead. 600 wounded or whatever. Or other sources saying 800 dead, and so forth. What are you going to do when bullshit people love bullshit? 11 cars. 11 cars. 11 cars. That's all. 11 cars burned out. One of them was tipped over. That's all. That's all. I have not seen any evidence of these so-called 500 people dying. I've not seen images in regard to that. Every time they talk about that this hospital was destroyed, you just see a car lot, You're gotta be kidding me. Anyway, so garbage. I can't believe that people will believe whatever they hear from these bullshitters, and and that the whole Mohammedan world is up in their arms, and in regards of angry and blah blah blah, when it's disgusting bullshit. So yeah, so it was that hospital. So yeah, now we know. So that's just look for yourself. It's very easy. If you search on it, you see this place. You can see where it's absolutely rubbish. I used a lot of hours looking into this, and it's just absolutely rubbish. And by the way, in regards of those people, it was a misfire. So they shot the missile. Okay, they shot the missile. It exploded and hit the parking lot and all that. So it would be however many people was hurt in regards of this incident, they are at fault, not Israel. So, but how many really was hurt? I have no clue. You see some images where people, come with the ambulance and all that. It was like that could easily be from outside. You don't see any pictures of people actually laying at the place where you see the explosion. I haven't seen any dead bodies in regards to that area and all that. So, and again, where's all the blood? Again, wouldn't you expect that there would be some blood around, in the area afterwards? Ripping a leg and ripping an arm and all that. I would think there would be some kind of blood around. And there's nothing as far as I can see on the image. Yeah, I haven't seen that many explosions and all that, but I would think there might be some blood around after an explosion. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just me that I just would think that there would be some blood after an explosion. Now, I'm not an expert on it and all that, but I would think there would be some blood. After 500 people has just been exploded right into oblivion, I would think there would be some blood. That's just me. Maybe I'm just totally wrong about that. Yeah.
Hospital in Gaza. The position of Greece has been very clear from the beginning.
It can't even get this right in regards to this hospital thing, What a bullshitter.
Israel has a right of self.
And that was, by the way, Japan seems to be. Then let's go a little back. I'll have the United
position of Greece
Nations
has been
and Japan. Yeah, Japan apparently is there as well, with the flag with the sun on and all that.
very clear from the beginning. Israel has a right of self-defense, but in accordance with international and humanitarian law. And I also want to be clear.
Italy is there. I think it was Italy that was against Israel as well, right? No, sure looks like a rebellious feminist for sure.
That collective punishment is prohibited by the laws of war. And these laws were designed to ensure that when war must be conducted, there are limits on what harm can be done to
Kuwait, apparently, Kuwait or whatever, is there as well. Seems to have the same colors as Philistinian, Black, white, red, and green. Nearly pretty much like the Four Horsemen, nearly. Although one of them, it's told them either it's greenish or it's yellow-green or whatnot. It's interesting, right? It's so close, right? The white horse. Is it the red horse that's second, and then you have the green horse or the yellow-green horse, and then you have the black horse? I'm not entirely sure. I can't remember. It's in the Book of Revelation. It's one of the ways that I actually try to remember the colors in regards to the horsemen of the first seal, second seal, third seal, and fourth seal of the Book of Revelation. But I can't remember in regard. But anyway, whatever. I tried, but it didn't really stick, But it's just interesting that they would use somewhat of those colors, right?
To other human beings. And I will also share the opinion of the President of the European Council that a total siege is against international law. At the same time, we should also be honest in our judgment. Hamas is a terrorist organization that is inflicting unspeakable suffering both to Israelis but also to Palestinians. They should be held accountable. Hamas is not the Palestinian people, and we should not confuse the two. The Palestinian people do not deserve this. President Abbas.
It's interesting because some sources that actually stand with the Palestinians are saying that Hamas is so ingrained in the people, so it will be impossible for Israel to remove them, remove Hamas, because it's so ingrained into the people of Gaza. But anyway, there's some different views on these things, but yeah, anyway.
Who heads the Palestinian Authority, rightly and bravely has spoken against violence from the very first day of the crisis. And it is very clear that
and we see the Egyptian president sitting really like, oh yeah, oh really, they don't want to talk about the real solution here. So anyway, so it's just full of garbage. It's just a show for the, yeah.
The current situation poses grave risks of regional escalation. Egypt and Jordan are carrying a big burden. And
Egypt and Jordan is full of bullshit. That's what they are. That's what they are. Full of bullshit. Egypt and Jordan, full of bullshit.
Feel rightly very worried about the possibility of a forced displacement of the people of Gaza.
A forced displacement. They could actually just, okay, we'll take these people in, right? Doesn't need to be a forced displacement. If they really want to solve this conflict, they should open up their borders for these people. Just tell them, come home, leave Israel. We're tired of this. We're tired of this conflict. Just stop. Just come home. We'll sort things out and all that, and so you can have a better life. Like these people in Gaza, I don't know how many of them, but you see some of them. They say, "Well, I don't have any future. I don't have any future, so I'm digging these tunnels to Egypt, right?" They have like I saw something in regards of they were digging these tunnels into Egypt so they could get things from Egypt into Gaza and all that, which they had to have authorization from Hamas to also in regards to these tunnels and all that. I was like, they didn't, they don't have a future. They say, well, how would they get a future? Well, get them into Egypt, and the whole Mohammedan world is open for them instead of being in a place like that. Why would you think that they hate the Jews, okay? So what is the best solution here? To put them amongst, or maybe take them into a Mohammedan nation where they could become part of the nation and follow the way of peace, But they don't want this. That's the thing. The Mohammedan nations don't want this. They want the conflict to go on. It just seems like a show for the world in some sense, and pushing of garbage, Hey, let's take up a peace conference without actually allowing to talk about the solution, Let's hold a peace conference, but we don't. Let's not talk about the solution. It's madhouse.
And I'm here to support His Majesty King Abdullah, but also President Sisi, and to tell them that Greece stands with them. A widening of the conflict will have far-reaching consequences for the future of the entire region. And we should not underestimate the cost for all in terms of human lives and beyond. Our first thoughts these days must be with the victims, and we must recognize the pain and trauma that these attacks have brought both to Israeli and to Palestinian people, and alleviate the sufferings. Hostages should be released and returned to their families, and the International Red Cross should have access to them to start with.
Red Cross. That's one of the evil organizations as well. On the outer surface they look, but they have their issues for sure. Anyway, yeah, release of the hostages. I agree. That's at least one thing I agree with. The hostages should be released, you know, at the very moment, but they're not. So, of course, Israel wanted a complete surrender of Hamas and the release of the hostages. But I don't think that will happen. But
And the immediate and unhindered provision of humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip should be ensured. And I want to.
There we go. But we don't want to talk about actually having the possibility of setting up camps in Egypt and letting those people go into Egypt and get the aid and all that.
Emphasize the efforts of the Secretary General of the United Nations in this respect and welcome the announcement of the opening of a humanitarian corridor through Egypt to Gaza for the transport of the necessary provisions. And I hope that this can be put into effect immediately. Greece has been coordinating with our partners within the European Union. We are ready to contribute to any peace initiative, and as a neighboring country, we hope that an immediate de-escalation can be attained and humanitarian aid can be provided to all.
What would de-escalate the situation? Moving people into Egypt. Letting the people in Gaza move into Egypt. That would help the situation a huge amount.
Civilians. Last but not least, the future that we want for this region, the future of sustainable peace, stability, and prosperity can only be.
Well, that was Russia. So Russia apparently is also in this thing. Apparently, it was just shown the Russian. Let's see if Greece is also going to push the two-state solution. It's like did all these people get like a memo in regards to, hey, push the two-state solution? I would love to see if the U.S. actually speaks. I have seen that there is a U.S. table, but I don't know if they actually spoke. But anyway.
Peace, stability, and prosperity can only be attained with a resumption of the peace process on the basis of a two-state solution.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me, Greece. You gotta be kidding me, Greece. Absolutely rubbish. Let me present what I think about that, Greece. That's what I think about it. It's smelly, stinking grease. That's what it is. Absolutely rubbish. So we have, Spain wanted a two-state solution, right? Greece wanted a two-state solution. Canada wanted a two-state solution. You people are out of your mind. It's retarded, absolutely retarded,
Stability and prosperity can only be attained with a resumption of the peace process on the basis of a two-state solution. And if one thing should be clear to all of us is that no military intervention can replace a viable political solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we had another bullshitter. Now Egypt is the guy, president bullshitter of Egypt. Next person.
Your Excellency, head of the...
Oh, Your Excellency.
Greek government, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, and now I give the word to Ms. Giorgia Meloni, head of the Italian government.
Oh, we have the Italian. That's the feminist girl, right? I don't know what she's about, but I don't think we will hear any positive thing. I think I did see some of it from her. I don't know why women are actually working and all that when they should be home and giving birth to a lot of children. But anyway, that's the rebellious feminist world we live in. Oh, well.
La velocità e la determinazione con la quale Thank you, Mr. President, for organizing this conference. We are talking about the attack launched by Hamas on October 7th, and we must always remember that innocent civilians have left their homes. And from our point of view, we must respond. Italy has taken many stances. We would like to be the starting dialogue point between Mediterranean countries and the European Union, and we have the ability to do that. This turning point that's shifting from leaving civilians, from our point of view, the displacement of civilians, especially, is one of our greatest concerns. It's very important for all the leaders who are present today and who are present at the negotiating table. What is happening in Gaza is not just a conflict, it's a regional conflict. It's a conflict for civilization.
I don't know if that was her, but if I recall correctly, it looked like it was her in regards of where they was just standing against Israel and all that. Although I haven't really heard that so maybe it's not her. I'm not entirely sure, but that was some really bad thing that the woman I heard, and I think she was from Italian, wanted to go against Israel and all that. But maybe something will come up. Maybe it was another, but she looks like her. But anyway,
we must pay great attention to the humanitarian aid that must be delivered to the people of Gaza. And from my point of view, what must be done is there could possibly be a target here for the attack of Hamas. We must try to defend the Palestinian people. What is happening against the Palestinians in Gaza is a result through the countries of the Mediterranean and the Arab states. There must be peace for all the citizens, for all the people, and they defend themselves in Gaza. We are all we cannot overcome this. The deceit, but it's a main reason, and it's very important to have a peaceful dialogue. I believe that there are some important topics that we must discuss. Terrorism, for example, the Islamic world and the entire Arab region is discussing this. Terrorism has weakened many states, especially Muslim countries, Muslim nations, the Islamic world. This is the choice of Hamas. They chose terrorism instead of dialogue and the terrorism against the Palestinian people. And the main cause for all this is something that is no one can kill children and women. We must face this. We must face this kind of killing. They should be able to defend themselves. The second point here to establish a state. This has not been easy. That's the point that we would like to address. It must be related to a political force against the civilian people. That's the end that we should face. I have great confidence in the Israeli people. The third point is we must stop and stand by the innocent children in that region.
It's really hard to really understand what she really is saying because in regards to the translator. Is she supporting this two-state solution or what? In regards that was something in regards to the state and all that. Although I don't think it's the same woman I listened to, because she was, the other woman I heard, so was pretty of, wanted to, drop ties to Israel and support and all that. I can't remember all the details, but it doesn't seem like it's the same one. But I'm not entirely sure if she actually was talking about a two-state solution. Again, the translator might not be the best translator. At least it's very hard to figure out what she's really saying, besides the usual, like blah 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 blah. Again, they're just speaking about something instead of actually going to the solution. Let's talk about the solution. Why, Egypt, open your borders. Let's see how many people that actually want to stay in Fakistinian, okay? While the Fakistinian president or whatever he's called, says that we will stay in our land. So, it's not your land, But anyway, how many would actually go to Egypt if they got the chance? I think a huge amount. If these people understood that they could go to Egypt and have another life, that there was actually something to gain, in regards of actually, instead of just, staying in there and not really having any future, seeing that they would actually have a future. How many people would you think would actually take on that chance? How many young people, instead of war, would actually take the chance of actually going for yeah. Anyway,
I consider this of diversity that has been done from this conference at this point something good. And I think that the decision of the European Union against Gaza, with the Italian aid, I say clearly that it must be bigger than this to deliver aid from the European Union and, of course, from Italy. I thank you very much for this. We are very concerned about this issue, about this topic regarding Hamas. There are some Italian hostages there in Gaza.
And that's the thing, right? They did it in a time where you have a lot of people from all over the world in Israel. So when Hamas did this, they must have known that a lot of people from outside the world would also be in Israel at this point of time. So doing it at that specific point already shows how depraved this organization is, whatever you want to call them,
There are elderly people. It's very important to work together in Gaza.
Right? It's like, okay, they just took hostages and killed a lot of people and not murdered a lot of people. There's a difference in regards to killing people and murdering people. But anyway, So they just murdered a lot of people and all that. And now these people want to talk about giving them further land in regards to the West Bank. Just take it from the Jews, right? I just the logical, thinking is just flown out the window. I can't believe they're talking about this bullshit. But anyway, it's we haven't really solidified that Italy is actually going for a two-state solution. Of course, the translator is probably not the best. It seems it's very hard to figure out, really what is going on with the Italian thing. But anyway,
it's very important to control to de-escalate the tension in the region and control the repercussions. It will be something beyond.
But in regards to de-escalate, just say things like But how do we do that? Well, we open the Egyptian borders and let those people that wants to get out of Gaza, one-way direction. Naturalize these people into the state of Egypt, state of Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and whatnot, okay? Where they're coming from originally. That would be helping Israel to lessen any conflict. Yeah, but we don't want to talk about the solution. I know, we don't. Nope, that's red line.
Imagination, and thus we must launch a political initiative that aims at finding a solution for the conflict in a sustainable way by respecting the two-state solution.
Oh my, you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. There we go with the bullshit again. What other depravity. Hey, can you think, hey, you Jews, you just, and we know that you just murdered and all that. Well, we found the solution, we'll just take the land of the West Bank, hand it over to the Philistines, right, that you were just butchered by, right, these people who hate you and want to slaughter you and want to make Israel red with your blood and make another Holocaust while not believing in the first Holocaust and drive you into the ocean and all that. We'll just give them this place, in the West Bank, because that's our solution. Try selling that to the Jews, Try selling that to the Jews. Your utter bullshit. Try selling your bullshit to the Jews, yeah. That will go wonderful, I guess, And then you can say, well, Israel is not doing what we say and blah, 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 blah. Yeah. I can understand why the Jews would give you this one. And not only this one as well, What are you talking about, huh? What are you talking about? Are you insane? Are you out of your mind? What is wrong with you people, huh? What is you... Yeah, but we are all in agreement to make a two-state solution. A solution? What are you talking about? You're setting us up to being butchered further, More conflict. What is wrong with you people, Yeah. I really wonder how they would sell that to the Jews. It's like, yeah, but we are all in agreement in the international world. Well, mostly, right? A huge amount of them. We are all in agreement that we should, build on this two-state thing and that already was buried long ago and all that, but we will revive the conflict, right? Bullshitters, and more bullshitters, And yeah, we should use the right words, the true words, and these are bullshitters. Let's just say what it is. Bullshit, bull-turd, outrageous nonsense. Let's try to hear that again, right? From Italy.
Initiative that aims at finding a solution for the conflict in a sustainable way by respecting the two-state solution. a solution that can be applied on the short range. That's why there must be a sovereign Palestinian state that lives in peace side by side next to the Israeli state that has the right to exist and to live in peace and security and to self-defense. And Italy is ready to work on achieving all these points. Thank you very much.
What is wrong with these people? What is wrong with these people? It's just, again, it's Israel that takes the hit from these bullshitters. I want, again, I don't know, I haven't seen any official response from Israel in regards to this, but maybe they just whatever, let's just pass over this bullshit. We won't even want to reply to this absolutely outrageous nonsense. You can play your games and all that, whatnot and all that, but we can't take you serious, okay? Like, you gotta be kidding me. You can play your little theater game or whatnot and all that, but we have other things to do, okay? Like, we actually have to sort out these people that actually want to murder us and make the whole country, full of our blood, or paint the whole of Israel full of Jewish blood. Like, we kind of have, like, an issue here, right? And you people don't help on anything at all. You just blah, 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Right? It's just they puke all over, but they're absolutely garbage. So that was Italy, apparently supporting a two-state solution as well. They just blah 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 two-state solution. Blah 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 blah. It's just my. It's like, if you're going to like, you would think that you might have some, like, suggestions, instead of just pushing actually, they didn't say in regards to, as far as I can hear, she didn't say in regards to 1967 and all that, but she did say two-state solution and next to the Jews and all. I can't believe my ears, This is a flock of bullshitters for the most part, They can call themselves kings and, presidents and whatever glorious titles and all that. I call them bullshitters for the most part, okay?
Thank you.
Then we have
Head of the
the Egyptian guy again.
Italian government, Ms. Giorgia Meloni. And now I give the floor to His Excellency
His Excellency
Mohammed Shia al-Sudani, the Prime Minister of Iraq.
The Prime Minister of Iraq. So that's Iraq. You think that Iraq might push the two-state bullshit as well? I would think they probably do. Let's hear what they have to say. Well, it wouldn't be a surprise at all. Although, as I understand it, Iraq is actually part of those other Mohammedans that are the same as Iran. I can't remember in regards to the names and all that. I think Iraq is actually mostly of the same as. I'm not entirely sure. But you have to look that up. I might be wrong. It's really hard to keep all the, But while all the Mohammedans have an agreement, they hate the Jews, They want to get rid of them. And the thing is, the Jews know this. And after this thing that happened the 7th of October, the Jews won't put their head into the sand, that's for sure.
In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, Your Excellency.
Our little prayer to the devil, now that we are at it, right? Allah is Satan.
The brother Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt. Heads of government, kings, and presidents, honorable attendees, may the peace and blessings of Allah be upon you.
We go with the devil. No thanks. You can keep your Allah nonsense for yourself, okay? Allah does not have a son. Clearly, it's not the God of the Bible who has a son, Even if we didn't have the names in regards to Jehovah and Allah, we could know that by in regards to the characteristics, because Jehovah is a plural singular, and actually it should be over here, but Well, anyway, Jehovah is plural singular, and Allah is absolute singular. You see, it's not the same God. Even if you didn't have the difference in regards to the name, you still have the difference in characteristics, Elohim is plural in Hebrew, okay? Allah is absolute singular. He does not have a son. Jehovah have a son. Plural singular. Like an atom, right? An atom, you have protons, neutrons, and electrons, and the space between and all that. It's one atom, right? With multiple parts. Anyway, it's not totally, but you get the point. Well, maybe you don't. But anyway.
I extend thanks and gratitude to our sisterly country of Egypt for inviting us for this meeting in this very hard time when the Palestinian people are facing genocide and being targeted in hospitals, in civilian areas.
Yeah, we just had to have the hospital thing, I guess. The propaganda of the bullshit promoted. Anyway.
In churches, on top of which is the massacre in the Baptist hospital that the Zionist occupation had in where this hospital, in churches, on top of which is the massacre in the Baptist hospital.
Well, again, if I recall, in regards to that hospital, I think it's the same one that he's pointing to, but anyway, the hospital was still not hit, if that's the same hospital. In regards to the Christian hospital thing, I think it was in regards of Christian, yeah. So again, the hospital was still not hit. It was outside the car park, that was hit, but 11 cars was burned. Not a single building was, it's just they're full of bullshit.
That the Zionist occupation in where the Zionist occupation has
the Zionist, and listen to it, occupation. Every time they use this occupation, you can see what they think about it, okay? It's an occupation. And they have, and again, the same thing with Gaza and all that. They have they have the right to resist and all that, right? This occupation. And that's the thing, right, where they accept, we accept the Israeli state. And then they will use the word occupation as well. Like nearly in the same sentence, do you accept the Israeli state or do you not accept them? Do you think it's an occupation or do you think they have the right to the claim of the land? What is it? Anyway.
Has shown their real intent in crossing all the red lines. It's a war crime on full scale that started with killing unarmed people and forcing a siege on the rest of the living. It's extremely hard to describe in words what is happening on a daily basis, the atrocities that are committed non-stop, and the burying of people who are alive under the rubble of their own homes.
Just bear in mind that Gaza is still firing rockets into Israel. What is Israel going to do? Now Israel have the what do you call it? The defense. What's it called? The Doom. Whatever. I can't even remember it. And it hits. It takes out some of the rockets, but it doesn't take every rocket out. and it's not totally, but it takes a lot of the rockets out. That's like a defense system, which is working pretty good, but it's still, it's just insane, Israel is doing a lot of things to defend themselves, and but keep on firing into Israel. It's not even 2 years ago or something. Maybe it's around 2 years ago that they were firing rockets into Israel, and now they do it again and all that. And it's just a continual thing that they do again and again and again and again. Like, what is Israel going to do? Israel, are the Jews just going to sit back and, oh yeah, yeah, oh, here comes a rocket, oh, here comes some grenades, what are they called, the shells, here comes some shells, boom, 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 yeah, that's good, this is great. The Philistinians are sending us some harsh love, like when they threw rock at me in regards to hard love, right? We love you. Whoa, that comes to stones. It's some hard love, some explosive love, It's full of garbage, And it just continues and continues and continues. I was like, yeah. Anyway, let's move on with Iraq and see what they further says. Are they going to push the two-state solution? And maybe all these people got this memo. Hey, we want to promote a two-state solution. Come and join and promote your two-state view,
Starting from the Nakba in 1948, Gaza today is a new test for the New World Order that have failed over and over and over in applying what they call for from human values, justice, and freedom. And still, Palestine stands witness to this failure. Honorable attendees, hasn't the time come yet to put an end to this occupation?
There we go. Occupation. Listen to the words. Occupation. Occupation. Maybe they didn't read the Bible or something like that, Kind of, you have this book here, Ever seen this book? You have had like hundreds of years to read it, right? This little book here. You know what this book is about? Oh, the Israelites and Israel and Jerusalem. And like, I guess you just forgot to read it, right? Yeah. Anyway. Now you rather run with the devil and make issues for the Jews who have returned home once again. Yeah, well, anyway.
Isn't it time for us to face what those Palestinian people are facing? They are being described as terrorists, while the atrocities and the crimes done by the occupation.
Okay, listen to the words. Occupation. 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 The occupation. That's how they see it. So it is interesting how they will accept the Jewish the Jewish state or Israel, which by the way is the only state in the world for Jews. Isn't that interesting? You have one single Jewish nation in the entire world, and everybody is up in their hands against them. How many Mohammedan nations do you have? Stop with the rubbish,
By the Zionist occupation.
By the way, Zion means Jerusalem. Isn't that interesting? They would call them the Zionists. Yeah, well, they are, or the children of Zion. The children of Jerusalem. Wow. And yet they're full of garbage, They're just full of garbage. These These Mohammedan bullshitters, they're full of garbage. It doesn't matter if they're the one form or the other form. They're just full of garbage, you know.
Their actions are described as defense according to international law. When will we admit that injustice never delivers?
Well, you know, in regards of defense and all that, what, you know, isn't that like proclaim some peace between these, you know? So if you attack the other after that, that's kind of, you know, you like if you have peace, right? And then you, yeah. Anyway, whatever bullshit. I'm sick and tired of it.
Peace, and there is no way in achieving peace and ending violence except after we overcome its reasons, on top of which come occupation and their discriminatory policies. The Zionist entity today continues to breach all laws, including war laws, which will affect international security and its sustainability, and it might even become bigger regionally, which threatens power supplies to international markets and also adds to the crises and the economic crisis and opens the door wide open to more deeper conflicts. And it's an ongoing in breaching the Geneva Convention, the third Geneva Convention on war prisoners, and the fourth convention that provides protection for civilians in occupied lands, alongside violating the International Convention on Civil Rights and the International Declaration for Human Rights, and more than 78 UN resolution on
78 UN resolution. I wonder why Israel would maybe not do what the UN is saying and all that. I would like, you know, if this is the thing that the UN is bullshitting around, like, yeah, we raise the, yeah, well, it's like, that's annoying. But anyway, we raise the finger to the UN. I can understand. I can understand why Israel and the Jews would just, you know, totally, you know, if this is the bullshit that we see that the UN maybe have done further, and they probably have done a lot of bullshit, you know, I can understand why the Israelis would like, what? Yeah, we're not even going to listen to your bullshit, you know? You gotta be kidding me. We're sitting in a nation where we are surrounded by people who want to murder us and kill us. And you think we're just going to follow your bullshit, you know? No, I can understand the Jews. I absolutely can understand the Jews. You know, it's just like full of garbage. This is full of garbage. You know, if they made like some kind of agreement that this should be done, right? It's two-state bullshit thing and all that. You know, I could absolutely understand if the Jews did like this, you know? Not a chance. Not a chance. See the finger. Not a chance, you know? Like sign language, you know? Yeah, anyway, I do wonder in regards of, because I think I actually can, you know, if you like do it against the police, but I do wonder if you have like a sign language and you don't like the police, you know, you should be able to express your freedom of opinion, right? So you should be able to do like this to a police officer, shouldn't you? In regards of, you know, not directly at him, but the overall, you know, madness. Maybe I should call them up and ask them about that. Because as I understand it, you are allowed to disagree with the police as long as it's the whole organization and not a specific person. But if you can't speak, right, you know, the only way you can do it is like, you know, give them the finger, right? Probably would give you a, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, just sometimes you have to disagree with the powers to be who works for the devil, you know, and protest their utter garbage, you know, and say it as it is, you know.
The Palestinian cause. We are addressing the conscience of the world. We're saying that the Palestinian cause would never have reached this tragic situation if the international resolutions were respected.
Oh, I wonder what that could be. Like, I wonder what these resolutions could be that the world wanna enforce on the Jews. Huh? Let's hear what it could be. Some.
If international organizations have abided by their responsibilities and listened to people who ask for nothing but gaining their legitimate rights in self-determination and in independence and sovereignty.
They pretty much got that in Gaza, right? But what they're really saying, we want the West Bank, okay? We want the West Bank. I haven't pretty much tried that in regards of a wall and all that, and you trying to annihilate the Jews a couple of times, and you kind of lost, and you're still trying to bullshit around. If it doesn't work on the other one way, you try the other way, and whatever can be done against the Jews. How many of the yeah? Anyway,
Ladies and gentlemen, the state of Iraq, refuses in all possible means all the attempts to empty the Gaza Strip from its people, and
there you go. We don't want the solution that could actually make peace in the area. What we do want is something that can be a problem for the Jews. We want to, push further conflict. That's what we want to do.
there is no way in talking about building camps or even any invitations that are outdated. There is no place for Palestinians except their land.
And what land would that be? What would be the land of the Philistinians? Oh, you mean the land of Israel? Oh, yeah, that's the land you mean. Okay. But we couldn't like move them into Egypt in any way. We couldn't open the borders for Egypt and all that and actually help Israel out with the issue and naturalize these people where they really come from in regards to Egypt. Saudi Arabia, Jordan, which pretty much is the two-state solution already, because Israel was already divided at that point. The territory of Jordan is pretty much in regards of half of Israel, that was given over. Anyway, so that was the first, split, and then another split, and I can't remember if that was a third split, but anyway, either way, the Jews accepted what they could get, and while they accepted it, all the Mohammedan, well, not all of them, but multiple Mohammedan nations attacked the nation of Israel in 1948. Go look it up. And by a miracle, the Jews apparently withstood this, Interesting enough.
And we hear say
how that works out, how they actually got around that is just still interesting, But they persisted and and survived. And then, of course, they got more land because, when people are attacking you, then they had to expand further, and they did. What do you expect when multiple nations are attacking them? Yeah. Anyway.
Again, we reiterate that there must be an immediate ceasefire and an opening for the safe corridors and allowing the delivery of humanitarian aid and relief, and then work on the safe passage of hostages. The efforts that we exert now must be for lifting the siege fully on Gaza Strip. Alongside that, we invite for on Gaza. The efforts that we exert now must be for lifting the siege fully on Gaza Strip. Alongside that, we invite for establishing a fund for the reconstruction of Gaza, and we in the state of Iraq will never be late will never refrain from delivering any aid and help to them. And before everything else, we here point.
Yeah, let's rebuild the things and then let's wait for the next attack, right? Where they can just, because this just, won't stop. So they want to rebuild Gaza and all that, and yeah, we can have some peace for maybe a couple of years, and then again the rockets comes flying over and whatnot and all that. Kind of, yeah, I think the Jews are kind of tired of this bullshit. Okay, so now they are at the point of now just removing this cancer, pretty much this fungus infection that is continual issue, Um, the Philistines had that chance in regards of building something, and they ended up using it for evil, for weapons, tunnels, and whatnot, things of destruction instead of actually building up a society that could have prospered. But having just Israel next to its side, which they could have worked together and all that in peace. But no, 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 we don't want that. No, 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 no. We just had to ruin, you know. And now you want to propose this two-state bullshit, madness. These people are full bullshit. I don't have the words for it. It's absolutely, it's just absolutely ridiculous.
To the importance of stop liquidating the cause of Palestine and trying to bury it. No one has the right.
There we go with the word again, to liquidate. Now again, the word liquidate is another word for solve the issue, to fix the issue. To solve it. But they want to use the liquidate word. I don't know why. There's apparently it sounds much worse or something like that than it is. But you see, when you liquidate the issue, right, then the issue is no more. But then you can't promote a two-state bullshit nonsense, and they don't want to stop doing that. So the conflict continues even if they know the solution. That's what they're saying. We don't accept the solution, so don't talk about it. We know that's a solution. We don't accept it, so don't talk about it. We just don't want to talk about it, right? We call it liquidation. Like if we move these people out of Gaza, it will solve the issue, but we don't want that. We want to go in the other direction to make it even worse for Israel. That's what they want. So anyway, just try, just have to discern what they're saying.
To make any compromise or secede or donate or speak for the Palestinian people. They are the people who own the land and the cause.
Let's go a little back here.
Donate or speak or stop liquidating the cause of Palestine and trying to bury it. No one has the right to make any compromise or secede or donate or speak.
To succeed. Yeah, okay. No one has the right to solve the issue. We want a continual conflict.
For the Palestinian people, they are the people who own the land and the cause.
There we go again, right? They are the rightful owners for the land. Oh, really? Maybe you should read the Bible, So, anyway, just they're full garbage, They should have expected the Jews to return home at some point and welcome them, Oh, the Jews are coming back. Let's party, Great to see you come back, We have expected you return, to your nation, to your to the chosen land and all that. But yeah, that's not how it went, right? Or how it goes, right?
international legitimacy, and all free nations of the world who believe in humanity and justice everywhere have called and still call for an independent state of Jerusalem, of Palestine, with East Jerusalem as its capital, not ripped through with policies. We must all realize that the continuation of neglecting the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people will never produce anything except more violence and more bloodshed and more instability in the region and the world. Mercy and acceptance for the martyrs of Gaza and all the martyrs of the Palestinian cause along the years, and may the peace and blessings of Allah be upon you.
So, as far as I could hear, he promoted the two-state solution as well, and no other solution was to be on the table, right? So we can't talk about this other thing, right? We can only talk about the two-state bullshit. Like nation after nation. Well, I guess it's not a surprise with the Mohammedan nations, pushing this garbage. But seeing seeing nations like Spain, Canada, and Italy, and pushing this two-state garbage, and I can't even. My brain is having a hard time remembering these different nations, but it's disgusting just to see how they also push this two-state solution, and the United Nations as well. And give me a break with the bullshit. That seems to be the over. It would be nice, like having a page with all the nations, and then seeing all those that was agreeing to this bullshit, and those who does not. Or was it also Greece that what is it? Greece that supported two states? I can't even remember. My brain is just too much information. I was like, it is disgusting. I should have written it down really, because I can't remember anything. It's just too much in the brain. It's absolutely disgusting. Anyway, the Egyptian guy is now on. But I think Greece also. I can't even remember. It's just my brain is overburdened.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed Mishal al-Sudani.
There must be a page somewhere where you can see who is for and against in regards to this two-state solution. There must be someone that has made something where you could just get a list of it.
Government. And now I give the word to His Excellency Shihab bin Tariq, Deputy Prime Minister of the Sultanate of Oman. In the name of Allah.
So this is apparently Oman. They're probably supporting a two-state solution, seemingly being Mohammedans.
The most merciful, the most compassionate.
Praying to the devil, as they do.
Excellency President Abdel Fattah Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, our sisterly country. Your Majesties, Excellencies, and Highnesses.
You gotta be kidding me with all this bullshit, Your Excellencies and Presidencies and whatnot. Oh my.
Heads of delegations, estimated attendees. May Allah's peace and blessings be upon you all.
You mean the peace of chop religion, It's very peaceful when all your, enemies are chop, chop religion. Chop. You have butchered all the Christians, and no one is speaking the truth, You have peace, right?
At the outset, I would like to extend to you the deep greetings.
And when all the Christian pieces are laying around, right? Then you will have, chop and pieces around and peace, peace, lots of peace, right?
Of His Majesty Haytham bin Tariq, Sultan Haytham bin Tariq, the Sultan of Oman, and his deep wishes for this international summit to become a success. Today, and in the throes of a severe crisis that the region is witnessing, we are convening. We witness the murdering of innocent civilians, hundreds and hundreds of innocent civilians, the demolishing of vital infrastructure, water infrastructure, electricity and power, and medical aid. The Sultanate of Oman rejects and deplores wholeheartedly this military escalation on Palestine, and we call on the international community to terminate this war and to go back to the path of wisdom and safety in order for us to achieve comprehensive peace and security in light of the international law.
Right? Peace and security.
Majesties, Highnesses, and Excellencies, heads of delegation.
It sounds something from the Bible. When they promote peace and security, then utter destruction comes around. I can't remember where in the Bible it talks about it. It just seems very biblical, in regards to they divided my land and peace and security and anyway. That's interesting.
Delegations, dear attendees, His Majesty Sultan Haitham bin Tariq, the Sultan of Oman, and his government, they affirm their support to international efforts aiming to stop bloodshed instantly and to ensure the delivery of humanitarian relief and urgent medical aid and food for the victims in the Gaza Strip. And
what about telling Egypt to open her borders? Huh? You're sitting there in front of the Egyptian guy, right? And you don't tell him to open his borders, right? No one seems to be talking about, we haven't heard, and I don't know if there was anyone at this meeting, But it doesn't seem so, at least for now, that there was anyone telling the Egyptian bullshitter to open his borders, to help out. You just want to sit there and listen to these people and talk, and then the two-state solution, absolutely bullshit, They don't want to. They don't want to talk about the real solution. That is like a red line. I'm just sick and tired of it. I can understand the Jews would think that this was. I wonder, in regards to these UN resolutions and all that, how much bullshit there has been in them. There's probably been a lot of bullshit in regards to these. I can understand why the Jews would give the finger, give both of their fingers, to the UN. If this is the kind of rubbish that is coming from the satanic United Nations, and Lucifer Trust and all that nonsense, Anyway, Roman world order and all that. Anyway,
the restoration of the water and power services in the Strip, and His Majesty affirms and calls on international officials to work diligently in order to instantly stop ceasefire and to find a resolve for this cause. In fact, we call for the international law and the international humanitarian law to be put into effect. And we call on the United Nations to carry out its responsibilities in order to stop the waves of violence and torture in the West Bank and in the Gaza Strip. Since we can't actually think that peace and security are going to be prevailing in the region without the Palestinian people receiving their right in establishing a sovereign, independent state in consistency with the 1967 borders and in consistency with the Security Council resolutions and the General Assembly provisions of the United Nations. And in the end, I would like to reiterate and extend our deep gratitude to our sisterly country, Egypt, for convening this very important summit. And we thank you for your warm hospitality. Of course, justice is a legitimate right for all humanity, and we affirm that as the Sultanate of Oman. And may God's peace and blessings be upon you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Your Highness, Mr. Shihab.
So that was one more bullshitter pushing the two-state bullshit. Again, it would actually just be interesting to see the nations that wasn't pushing the two-state solution. How many nations was there that didn't push the two-state solution? I would love to hear from those nations that didn't push the bullshit. Was there anyone that didn't push it? I can't even remember in regards of is there one single nation that didn't push it? I can't remember. I wouldn't expect Canada to push it, but apparently they pushed it. I would love to see if the U.S. actually would talk in regards to this conference, and see what the U.S. actually. I would actually think that the U.S. might not actually be pushing this, but who knows? Like,
Your Excellency, Mr. Shihab bin Sayed, the Deputy Minister. And now I call on Mr. Ahmed Abul Ghait, the Secretary General of the League of Arab States. Your Excellency, President.
Probably going to push a two-state solution as well. And they yap, probably, right? Some more yapping of other bullshit and, oh, glorious king and X whatever nonsense and all that. And, oh, yeah, and blah, 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 blah. Nothing about Egypt opening the borders. Nothing, and then pushing the two-state bullshit.
Abdel Fattah Sisi. This conference convenes in the throes of great escalation of the Israeli war waged on the Gaza Strip. And because of the gravity of the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, I would like to say that the international community needs to work on two pathways in parallel. First, the instant ceasefire and putting a limit to the atrocious bombing of the civilians of the Gaza Strip. And number two, opening a safe corridor in order to deliver humanitarian relief.
Not a single one. I haven't heard a single one tell, let's open the Egyptian borders. Let's get these people, all those people that want out, let's get them out. Not a single person have suggested that. The only thing we have seen is that that's a red line that Egypt and Jordan have told. It's a red line. Yeah, let's not help those people get out and all that and get humanitarian aid and all that in Egypt. Let's just let them stay in there, right? It's just evil. Egypt is evil. Jordan is evil. It's disgusting, filthy bullshitters, and that's my opinion.
Aid for the population in the Gaza Strip while securing the supplies of food, water, and power to the population of the Gaza Strip. This is our pivotal priority. However, the continuation of the status quo actually gets into the framework of a blatant violation of the international humanitarian law practiced by the end of Israel, which is the force of occupation. And I would like to read...
Israel is the occupiers again. Is this the bullshit that I can't get around it? Oh, occupation, occupiers and occupation. Let's go a little back and
the international humanitarian law practiced by the end of Israel, which is the force of occupation. And I would like...
So Israel is the force of occupation. Yeah, did you get that? The only occupiers are the Philistinians, leave Israel.
I'd like to reiterate and say and affirm that the League of Arab States condemns and denounces and rejects altogether the attack on innocent civilians, and that civilians are all alike and are all equal, and all human souls have their or are.
We're so concerned about the people, but we are not going to propose that Egypt should open their borders so these people could get out of Gaza. But we are so concerned about the people, right? But we're not going to tell Egypt to open up their borders. Yeah, that's how concerned we really are about these people, which we actually could help and empty a huge amount of Gaza so there would be less people, that they could get humanitarian aid and it wouldn't go to Hamas because they would get it in Egypt where there's no bombing or anything like that. And they could be naturalized and they could be sent to wherever they wanted to go and have a better future, a new life. But we don't want that because we want to push the two-state bullshit.
Are sacred, and I would like to denounce that there are certain acts that are called by some international community forces as barbaric, and others are actually called a sophisticated means of self-defense. We condemn and deplore that altogether. I would like as well to call on all the parties that are not involved in the conflict directly to bear the responsibility and to practice self-control and to not open the door for any practice that could aggravate the conflict even further.
Let's see here. What could aggregate the conflict even further? To try to steal the Jewish land and give it to the Philistines. I think that could maybe aggravate the things. What do you think the Jews are thinking about this? I don't think the Jews can take you seriously. Yeah, if I was a Jew of the flesh, and I looked at this, I wouldn't be able to take you seriously. I mean, it's like yeah, these people are nuts. These people are absolutely. It's like it's like a loony house, right? We can't take these people seriously. They're full of bullshit. You gotta be kidding me. It's like that's I guess that would be how I would be thinking if I was a Jew. I think. What are these people saying? Are you kidding me?
In fact, I call on these parties to avert a regional war that could break out in the region by practicing wisdom. And all forces, main international forces, need to agree right away on a comprehensive political resolve that ensures that the Palestinian people are granted a sovereign independent state in order for the
Let's go back.
resolve right away on a comprehensive political resolve that ensures that the Palestinian people are granted a sovereign independent state in order for the Palestinian people to live in peace and security, just like all
Peace and security.
their counterparts in the world. This resolve, this settlement alone is the mechanism that is going to help the upcoming generations in Palestine to avoid more and more wages and atrocities of war. Thank you, Mr. Ahmed Abul Ghid, for your address.
No. This is the two-state solution, and bang, this is what we do with it. It's not even on the table. You people are full of bullshit. That's the only thing you want to talk about is pushing this garbage. It's a non-solution. It's full of bullshit. These people are full of garbage, you know. It's you know. Anyway, guess I need to take a break from this, but let's we got 37 minutes in, and again, I would think that most of the Mohammedan nations will, you know, push this garbage and not. The interesting thing is when these people are actually coming in regards of actually the solution and then sway away from it, you know, in regards of liquidation of the issue, right? Which is actually just another word for solving the issue. That would be a real, you know, move in regards of peace. But they don't want that. Although I guess in regards to the Egyptian president, it is interesting, I guess, that he seems to believe it's okay for at least, you know, Israel to go in and do whatever they want to do with Hamas. So on that level, I guess, you know, anyway, could also just be for the show that he says it. But anyway, let's see here. So we have 39 minutes. I'm just see if we can go a little faster into it and see if there's actually, like, we have AU. I know that, not sure what AU is. Seems to be some kind of Africa. You know, maybe we should listen to it. I'm not entirely sure. I just, you know, they're probably just going to promote the two-state solution. Nah, I think I'll just move a little forward here. See if we can find the U.S. I have the E, the K. Oh yeah, there we have the Saudi Arabia pushing the two-state solution. So that's I'll listen to that. So I see here where we have more. Turkey was pushing the two-state solution. What do we have? We have Brazil. I can't remember what they were pushing, but anyway, let's just move forward. I want to see if we can find the U.S. maybe. Morocco, no, that's probably a Mohammedan nation. We have French. Not sure what they would say about it. You wouldn't think that they would promote a two-state solution, but apparently there's a lot of bullshitters around, so maybe they are pushing a two-state solution. Let's just have a quick.
Practiced by this group.
This is so death. You know, they're just saying, you know, blah 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 blah. Oh yeah, Canada, but yeah, they were supporting a two-state solution. Surprisingly enough, we have Germany. I would actually think that Germany wouldn't push a two-state solution. I can't remember. I don't think I've heard Germany. Let's take Germany. At Germany, let's take Germany.
Thank you for gathering us here in Egypt. An Israeli father whose
He's even speaking English.
eyes are sore of crying, whose wife and two little daughters have been brutally abducted by Hamas terrorists. A mother in Gaza who is desperate with sorrow because she can't find drinking water for her little baby, fearing that the violence will cost more victims for other family members. A family in Lebanon who is worried about the violence escalating to her country. Across the region, we see terrible human grief and fear. And let me be very clear, there is no doubt. All civilian lives matter just the same.
And I just want to say, if these people really, you know, thought this was a serious thing, why is it that they don't want to talk about the solution? Why is it they just push bullshit, you know? If they really, really think that this is a serious thing, you know, why don't they want to talk about the solution. I think we should call it the bullshit conference in Egypt, you know? I think that's probably the better word. The bullshit conference of Egypt, you know?
And let me be also clear, the cause of all the suffering of these past weeks, the suffering that brings us here today, the suffering of the little girls, the mother, the families, have a name. It was Hamas that brought horrendous terror over Israel on October 7th, committing atrocious crimes. Like any other country in the world, Israel has a right to defend itself and to protect its people against this terror within the framework of international law. That's why the German government firmly stands in solidarity with Israel. For Germany, the security of the state of Israel is non-negotiable. What is also clear is that the perpetrators.
We had it back, yeah.
For Germany, the security of the state of Israel is non-negotiable. What is also clear is that the perpetrators of this terror do not speak for the Palestinian people. They speak only for themselves. They speak the language of terror. The Palestinian mothers and fathers in Gaza, struggling to find drinking water for their children, do not speak the language of terror. Their brothers and sisters in the West Bank, in Jordan or in Lebanon, who are afraid of regional escalation, do not speak that language of terror. We, here in this room, do not speak that language. We speak the language of international law, of humanity, of peaceful coexistence.
I will just take away the land from the Jews, right? And just put all the Palestinians in the West Bank and, yeah, well, whatever, you know, garbage, you know. But anyway, let's see, you know, maybe Germany have some more in regards of, it's not, you know, at least it's better, you know.
That's what unites us. In this sense, I appeal to everyone to stand up against terrorism. I appeal to everyone to distinguish between terrorists and the civilian population at all times. And I appeal to everyone to not fan the flames of hatred, because that is exactly what Hamas and their sponsors want: to risk further regional escalation, to divide us. This terrorist plan must not play out. That is why the fight against Hamas must be carried out with the greatest possible consideration for the humanitarian situation, for the innocent men, women, and children in Gaza. That is also why we must not now jointly step up our efforts to help those most in need. Germany has increased its humanitarian aid to Gaza by 50 million euros. We encourage all others, including from the region, to join this cause, as some have already announced to do so. It is crucial stepping up our humanitarian goods. It is crucial that humanitarian goods can now go into Gaza via Rafah. And I would like to thank you, the Egyptian government and US partners, as well as the United Nations, for your efforts in this.
What efforts? In regards of talking about, we can't talk about the solution. We can't have these people down in Egypt to give them the aid in Egypt. Yeah, again, Germany want to send aid to, you know, well, why not just have that aid outside in Egypt? So these people that don't want to be supportive of this war and don't want all these explosions, that they could just leave Egypt. It's not that hard to figure out. It's only hard when you don't want the solution, the best solution. Pretty much, you know, as far as I can see, the only real solution. But we can't talk about that. Yeah, anyway.
But we know that more help will be needed to alleviate the suffering. And I'm glad that here in this room, we agree that ultimately this region needs a new peace process that will allow both Israelis and Palestinians to live peacefully and securely side by side in a two independent states. This may sound far away today, but only a just and lasting solution would also mean the ultimate defeat of Hamas and its playbook, which is based on a complete rejection of humanity, of diplomacy.
Did she just propose the two-state bullshit solution? So-called solution? I think she did. I think Germany was just a bullshitter, you know? I think I heard bullshit from Germany. Let's try that again.
Independent states.
Let's see a little back here.
This region needs a new peace process that will allow both Israelis and Palestinians to live peacefully and securely side by side in a two
Side by side. So, like, haven't they already been side by side? But and that didn't really go so really, so good, did it?
independent states.
In two independent states. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Here in this room, we agree that ultimately this region needs a new peace process that will allow both Israelis and Palestinians to live peacefully and securely side by side in a two independent states. This may sound far away today, but only a just and lasting solution would also mean the ultimate defeat of Hamas and its playbook, which is based on a complete rejection of humanity, of diplomacy. The abducted Israeli girls, the fathers in Gaza, the families in Lebanon, they need us now. They need us, the international community, to speak the language of humanity. Shukran.
Shukran.
So, that was disappointing. Germany apparently pushing for the two-state solution as well. Another bullshitter. I can't believe this. This is like the same thing over and over again from these bullshitters, right? You would think that there would be some kind of differences in regards of, someone that actually pointed out some truth, in regards of a real solution. It just seems like they're going by a script, a bullshit script. They're just telling what Egypt want to know, or following in regards of Egypt's bullshit of a two-state solution. I guess it's nice to see where people are stand. Oh, we have Norway. Oh, that would be interesting. Where does Norway stand? They're probably also going to push this bullshit. They're also full of Freemasons and all that. But Norway is pretty much Denmark. But of course, still two different states now. But pretty much Denmark. But anyway, let's see here. Let's see what.
For convening us here and this crucially important moment.
Oh,
I think we're all here recognizing that we're in the midst of a very deep crisis. It's a crisis in Gaza, it's a crisis for Israel and Palestine, it's a crisis for the entire region, and it threatens to become a crisis for the entire world. That's why we are all here, that's why we care, that's why we need to be very clear. We have condemned the heinous attacks by Hamas on Israeli civilians. We condemned the announcement of a full blockade, a full siege of Gaza. We deplore the loss of life, innocent life, wherever it happens, and we're deeply worried by all the news we're receiving about the terrible humanitarian conditions inside Gaza right now. Save the Children informs us that a child is dying every quarter of an hour inside Gaza. This cannot go on. Water, electricity, food, medicine has been cut off. I I'm glad to see that 20 trucks came into Gaza this morning, and I would like to commend everybody who contributed to that. But it's a very, very, very small start. It's a very small start. We need much, much more. Humanitarian act.
Like you have around 200 or more trucks standing at the Egyptian border, right? And what you could just do is open the borders for the people standing at the door of the Egyptian borders and let them in. If the Egyptians are really so concerned, if all these people are so concerned about the people, let the Egyptians open up. If Egypt is really so concerned, open up open up. Let those people get the humanitarian aid in, on, Egyptian soil. But anyway, that's apparently they don't want to talk about it. It's a red line. It's not, they would just want to promote more conflict. But anyway, I wonder in regards of Norway if there's going to promote this Tuesday. You also have China, apparently. That's a Chinese flag. Interesting.
Access has to be rapid, it has to be safe, it has to be unhindered, and it has to be regular in order to be helpful. We join the call, Norway joins the call for a humanitarian pause to facilitate that. And we remind everyone that pause or not, there is a constant obligation by warring parties to make sure that civilian populations are able to uphold bare necessities of life, even in the midst of war. Right now, the immediate need is to restore the access of water and electricity to Gaza. Last week, we announced the contribution of 70 million Norwegian kroner to humanitarian activities in Gaza, and I'm happy to announce today an additional 60 million Norwegian kroner will be dedicated to UNRWA for their indispensable work in Gaza. So we need to address the immediate humanitarian situation. However, that's not the solution. The solution has to be political again.
Okay, now we get to the interesting part, right? But again, most of these people are just saying the same thing. So would think that Norway would maybe support the two-state bullshit, but we'll see.
And I very much agree with what King Abdullah said at the beginning of this round of speeches, that we all know that at the end of the day, it's best for Palestinians, it's best for Israelis, it's best for everybody that we actually come to establish a two-state.
Oh, yeah, let's not ask the Jews about that. These bullshitters. Oh my, these bullshitters. Have you people ever been to Israel, Have you ever tried being in Israel? It's just it's just boom, 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 boom.
Solution for Israel.
Let's just take that again. This is Norway. Oh, I'm so ashamed, I'm just ashamed. I wonder if Denmark is there as well. But I haven't seen Denmark, but Norway is pretty much Denmark, and although we are now separated. Of course, Norway is as fallen as Denmark is these days, but they kept on somewhat longer than Denmark. But I see it like Denmark is the husband and Norway is the wife, and the wife was more, she kept more, what do you call it, honest, or what do you call it, faithful for longer than her husband. The husband ran away in regards of bullshit. The wife kept on a lot longer in regards of faithfulness, but yet both of them today have fallen short. But like, what a...
For Israelis, it's best for everybody that we actually come to establish a two-state solution for.
Why are these people, all of these people, running along with the so-called solution of Jordan in Egypt? How is like these people just, let's just move to like that direction? Yeah, yes, this is ridiculous. This is like a circus. if I was a Jew and looked at this, I was just, absolutely like, what is this joke? These are jokers, or these are they? It's like, is this like um, yeah, I don't have the words here, but you know, I would say it as a Jew. Are these people serious? Like, are these people? Are they joking? Are they like? Are they what is wrong with these people? Like, are they kidding us?
For Israel, Israelis, one for Palestinians. Norway's been committed to that for
Let's try again.
Palestinians. It's best for Israelis. It's best for everybody that we actually come to establish a two-state solution, one for Israel, Israelis, one for Palestinians. Norway's been committed to that for more than 30 years. And for 3 decades, we have been chairing the donor committee, the HALC. We continue to do so. But
I really wonder where Denmark is in all this, the nation I live in, the fallen nation I live in. Didn't Denmark send anyone, or I guess we didn't want to partake in it? I don't know.
I want to share with you that we often have felt that this has been very much a pro.
I could have represented Denmark if anyway, I would have, just told them they are full of bullshitters, all of them, It's just maybe they wouldn't think that I would be so good at representing Denmark, But this is absolutely garbage.
Process that have been upholding a status quo, and people have been confusing a non-solution that was barely maintained for a real solution.
A non-solution with a real solution. Oh, so you think this is a real solution to take away the Western, can't remember. My brain is not working at the moment. You want to take the so-called West Bank from the Jews and give it to the Palestinians, and put all those Palestinians inside, and all will be just happy, happy, happy. All right.
Was wrong. We have also seen good signs of constructive rapprochement between some of the states in the region, some of the Arab states in the region, and Israel. But we need to remind everybody that there must be a space for the Palestinian population and the Palestinian institutions in those solutions. So I think that it's time now, as we move out of the rubble of this terrible crisis, as we have hopefully managed to deter a further escalation, we need to go back to the table, go back to address the key issues, the key factors of the two-state solution.
If I was a Jew, and I would see these countries as pretty much traitors to Israel, proposing such absolutely rubbish, and this seems to be so. One thing is in regards to the Mohammedan nations that would promote satanic garbage and all that. Another thing is the Western nations, promoting this garbage. I can't believe that they didn't, that they can't see that they are absolutely just absolutely outrageous. I just, it's just, I don't know what to, just absolutely bullshit,
We need to reinvigorate, we need to renew, maybe to restart, and we need to allow ourselves to think outside of the box, not on where we want to go, which is...
Yeah, my brain just can't handle all the information. It tends to float away. But most of these nations are promoting this bullshit. So whoever promoted it, but it would be nice with a full list of all the nations that is promoting this. I would rather listen to those that didn't promote it. So if one could actually find a list, like maybe the USA wouldn't promote it. But I don't know in regards of these bullshitters, which we have heard from the West, they're just full of bullshit, promoting this two-state nonsense.
A two-state solution
for
Palestinians,
let's go
on where we want, and we need to allow ourselves to think outside of the box, not on where we want to go, which is a two-state solution for Palestinians and Israelis. but how we do it, how we approach it. And I want to say,
may I suggest something? Don't, don't even, it shouldn't, again, it shouldn't even be on the table. The only thing that shouldn't be on the table is what they put on the table. And then the thing that should have been on the table, they don't want to have on the table. So they do the exact opposite of what they should do. Bullshitters.
this is not the time to cut the support for the Palestinian authorities. A lot of people are deploring the activities of Hamas for very, very good reason. But if we, on top of that, make it less possible,
For very, very good reasons. I wonder what that very, very good reason could be. Is it because you see the Israelites as occupiers, or?
to maintain the bare institutions of statehood under the Palestinian authorities' purview, this will not work. The whole idea of Oslo was to start building the institutions of a state bottom up, but only for the purpose of fulfilling a political horizon further on. So the purpose was the statehood, and the instrument was building institutions bottom up. We started doing that, and a lot of us have spent quite a number of resources, political capital and money on exactly that, but the political horizon faded away. And without the political horizon, this simply does not make sense. So out of this, today we meet about an acute humanitarian crisis, and we need to address that in Gaza right now, as is being done. And I agree with much that has been said on that specific issue, but it's just in the middle of conflict, in the middle of a downward spiral, that we need to start thinking of what happens later. And Norway remains committed, as we have been for the last 3 decades, and we stand ready to work with you to try to find that solution. Thank you. Shukran.
Yeah. Let's see.
Thank you, Mr. Espen, Foreign Minister of Norway, for your address. And I now call on Miss Oko Kamikawa, the Foreign Minister of Japan.
I don't know, in regards to Japan, but
as the situation surrounding Israel and Palestine is growing tense, it is indeed opportune to hold this conference. I'd like to pay our greatest tribute.
yeah. Okay, let's see here. If the US, I would like to see what the US say. We have the UK. I don't think the UK would support a two-state solution. I think didn't I listen to him? I think I did. Although he doesn't look like an Englishman, but
I am sure we all share the revulsion at Hamas's murderous acts.
so I think this is UK. Although apparently, yeah, I've listened to him. I can't remember if they actually. I don't think they pushed this two-state solution. Although he doesn't look like someone from England, but they mix the races and all that these days, I don't know what this guy looks like, but he doesn't look like someone from England. But there's so much importing of the different. But anyway, so that's the UK. Isn't that like the US someplace? No, apparently not. I have seen the UK, although I can't remember what they said. But anyway, most of these, actually, let's see here if we can find out what is the Jewish response. Maybe they just don't care about it. I could understand why they have other things to do than to look into such kind of nonsense and bullshit and all that. As this, right? What is the Jewish response to the peace? What is it called? Peace conference in Egypt. Apparently can't speak. Okay, see. Apparently I didn't really get much out of that. Apparently, I see 2023. Well, Al Jazeera talks about it. Is Gaza in Israel or Egypt? Um, Cairo Peace Summit on Gaza conflict. Who will attend? That was like 3 days ago, so I guess that was in regards to who would. It's actually pretty warm. I don't know why it's so warm in the. It's pretty hot. I'll start the fan here just to get a little. It's pretty hot. Of course, I could just open up a door and all that. I see here. What is this? Okay, this is who attends. Doesn't seem to be any Danish, you know. I don't know why Denmark wasn't invited. Maybe because I wrote to the Egyptian ambassador. Maybe they were afraid that other Danes might be as outspoken as I was to them. I don't know. But apparently Denmark didn't attend. So I don't know. So I don't know why, was Denmark invited to the Egyptian peace, so-called peace conference, 2003 in Cairo. I can't even spell it, I guess. In Cairo. Which countries attended the peace? World leaders attend Cairo Peace Summit. President El-Sisi participates in the 2023 summit. Broad participation anticipated in Egypt. Anyway, Danish Prime Minister welcome to its office in Cairo. Just apparently it wasn't in regards to the conference, it seems. I don't know. Maybe Denmark didn't want to. I don't know. Anyway, world leaders attend Cairo Peace Summit to de-escalate. Tell the Jews that, hey, we're going to take your land, and we're just going to put the Palestinians on. Yeah. And we have a picture of all the people. We have the Jordan guy standing in the middle with the Egyptian guy, and then you have the rest pretty much spread out. The two main bullshitters in the middle, What a joke, What an absolutely joke of a bullshit piece, Let's see, the Cairo Summit for Peace representatives from countries including Jordan, France, Germany, Russia. Haven't heard in regards to Russia, but as far as I know, they support the two-state solution. I think that was from Putin, but I'm not sure. But anyway, China, the United Kingdom, the United States, Qatar, and South Africa, attending. Yeah, I didn't really see. Maybe I can search on the United States because I haven't seen them. So they must like be. I would love to hear what the United States would actually say, because maybe they would actually. Yeah, maybe they would actually. Okay. Cairo Peace Conference. So let's see. Let's take, if I can find the U.S. No. No. Apparently I can't seem to find any of the. You would think that the U.S. would have spoken. Maybe they were just there to. I don't really see any. I don't know. At least it doesn't seem to be a small clip. I would think they would speak. If they're there, they would speak. Wouldn't you think? So maybe they had an unpopular view or something like that. I don't know. Here we have the Security Council. Security Council, United Nations. Yeah. And all the Roman Catholic nonsense all around. Oh well. Yeah, here we have Arab ambassador speaks at the United Nations following Israeli strike on a hospital in Gaza. It didn't hit the hospital.
To the United Nations, let's listen in.
They're full of bullshit. But anyway, let's see what they say actually, because this seems to be, not long afterwards. When they began to spread the bullshit. So
to the United Nations, let's listen in. We are all united in the United Nations, and we stand by them.
We, as Arab group, as you see, all of us, united, outraged by this massacre that has taken place, committed by the Israeli forces.
So here they give the fault for the Israeli forces, and we're still talking about that no hospital was hit. So again, I guess they're just jumping on the wagon of bullshit. It's disgusting, isn't it? To not even have anything, verification, any images or anything like that. We just have some cars that was burning.
Against the hospital.
Against the
Lutheran hospital.
A Lutheran hospital. It didn't say. I think some say, what do you call it? Some said, I don't know what kind of hospital is, but I've heard different kinds of Christian hospital variations, but they seem to say a Lutheran hospital. I haven't looked into which kind of a Christian, proclaimed hospital it is, but I've heard different. I think I've heard 3 different things, but anyway. Baptist, a Lutheran, apparently now. I wouldn't think it would be a Lutheran, but anyway. And a third one I can't remember, but anyway.
The hospital. The Lutheran hospital.
The Lutheran hospital. So according to these, they're saying the Lutheran hospital. Okay. So just that's what they say. I can't really go with either way. I think someone said a Baptist hospital. And again, I think I had a third one in regards of, but anyway, where I saw some videos in regards of it. I don't remember it was a Baptist or Lutheran, but anyway, I think it was like more Orthodox or something like that. I can't remember, but anyway, I would have to look into that.
In the Gaza Strip, in which, according to the initial figures, about
500 died, and this misfire from themselves hit the car park, so it didn't hit the hospital, but 500 died. Yeah, if you just listen to someone and trust them, with willing, and then you go out and promote it as truth and all that,
civilians have been torn apart.
Wow. Did you see that image in regards of, wow, there was like all the flying limbs that was like all around and all that. Did you see all the blood there was in that picture? No, neither did I. I didn't see any blood on the picture. You would have thought there would be some blood after all those ripping of limbs and all that, missing arms and legs and all that. And the only thing you pretty much see is some burned out cars. Which, by the way, is not a hospital, right? In regards of hitting the hospital. You see how much bullshit there is in regards to these people? So first if we go back to the beginning, right, in regards of, I'm going to see here.
United in the United nations, and we stand by them.
Yeah, let's see.
We, as Arab group,
We, as an Arab group,
united, outraged
united outrage. Yeah.
by this massacre
But this massacre
that has taken place,
that has taken place,
committed by the Israeli.
So here we have the first bullshit. They blame Israel for it. If Israel had done it, they could have leveled the whole hospital. They probably wouldn't have missed it, and the explosion would have been, boom, the whole building would have been gone, Anyway, or could at least, just, like, give me a break. 3 cars burning, in the car lot,
forces against the hospital.
Against the hospital. He's saying it's a Lutheran hospital. I haven't really, I can't remember, there's some videos in regards of it, and I think they talked with some of those priesters and all that. And it didn't really look Lutheran to me. But anyway, that's what he says. But maybe that's some more bullshit, right? Who cares about the facts these days? I heard Baptist as well. I wouldn't think Baptist would have been there. Lutheran, I wouldn't think Lutheran would be there. I know there's a Lutheran church in Jerusalem, but I wouldn't think there would be a Lutheran, and I don't know. But anyway, didn't really look Lutheran to me anyway.
The Gaza Strip,
And the Gaza
in
Strip.
which, according to the initial figures,
And like this is holding a meeting, UN, United Nations thing and all that. So this should be official. You would think that these people would like check the data and all that before bullshitting around and sending it out.
about 500
about 500
civilians have been torn apart.
They've just been ripped apart everywhere, and blood is all over. And there's no blood. Where do you see the blood? I don't see much blood on that picture. Do you see blood? And on the videos and all that, I didn't see much blood either. Again, if you rip people to pieces and all that, you would think that the blood would pour out, right? And be all over, like when you see in the Jewish houses and all that after they killed and murdered and butchered the Jews, you have blood all over in the children room, in the kitchen, and blood all over, disgusting, filthy, blood all over. Like, you would think an explosion killing 500 people would like kind of drip a little blood, just a little bit blood, It's just ridiculous.
And massacred. And
totally massacred, and limbs was ripped. It's like let's just take that little back here again. Let's just
about 500 civilians
500
have
civilians
been torn apart.
They have been torn apart, right? Like torn apart, right? Yeah, okay.
And massacred.
And totally massacred, right? Totally massacred and torn apart, right? But we don't see much blood. We see 11 cars. And it didn't hit the hospital. It hit the car lot, And again, I wonder how many people could have, I guess there could have been people in the car lot, right? If the hospital was full and all that. But I don't see anything, on the where you see the burning cars and all that. I can't see anything. The quality is not that good, but I would think that 500 people would be kind of noticeable. Maybe it's just me, you couldn't see anything afterwards either. And we didn't see any images of people being dragged away in regards of the area either. So, where's the evidence,
And this outrageous, illegal crime committed by the Israeli forces against our people.
And there again, false witness saying, oh, it was Israel that did it. when it was their own misfired, so again, even in regards to the numbers and all that, right? Hey, they misfired a rocket, it exploded in the car park, so even if they want to hold on 500 people, well, it was their own fault, it was pretty much their own misfire. But anyway, I don't think there was 500 people hurt, or 800 people, or 500 people and 600 hurt. 500 people dead and 600 people hurt. Or another source saying 800 people died. Right, well, if we just keep to the conservative number over 500, right? It's like 500, right? Yeah.
In the Gaza Strip. We condemn this action in the strongest possible terms, and we hold Israel responsible for this massacre, this crime.
You can see some image, they're showing some images of people getting into the hospital and all that, which kind of also is interesting, right? If the hospital was to be exploded and obliterated, right? And yet people are going to the hospital. But really showing some pictures of people going, getting into the hospital is kind of not any evidence for anything, because there's a lot of people getting hurt at the moment. And where would they go? To the hospital, of course. I've seen like an ambulance coming with someone, right? It's like, well, he could come from anywhere, this guy, You would think that the hospital are pretty much, going, doing a lot of things at the moment, right? So that doesn't prove anything. So, yeah.
Crime, and those responsible for this crime should face justice and should face accountability.
Yeah, I agree. Those terrorists in Gaza and all that did this and all that, I'm sure they will face justice when the IDF is going to come in. Okay, so don't worry about that. I think the IDF will do a pretty good job on that. Yeah. Anyway, it's just,
and should be a punishment rising to the level of this crime committed against our people to be faced by them.
Our people, right? Our people. Well, why don't you just take your people and put them in Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan and all that? I don't know which kind of so-called Arab nations that they are representing, but yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people. So I guess if each of them, actually there's one more actually at the side. So, but if each of these persons represent an ambassador for each of these Arab nations, why don't they just take these people upon themselves, Let's go a little backward here.
Punishment rising to the level of this crime committed against our people to be faced by them. We as an Arab group,
yeah,
demand immediately a ceasefire, because.
But anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think that's 9. So again, they must be representing 9 nations, Arab nations, Mohammedan nations, and pushing bullshit. Like, you would think that 9 educated people maybe could look into things, but no, they just promote bullshit, right? Oh, we heard this and that and all that. We'll just promote the bullshit.
Because the continuation of the war, it means killing more Palestinians every moment. Had the Security Council shouldered its responsibility yesterday and stopped the fighting yesterday, stopped the war, the aggression, the crime against our people yesterday.
A crime against who? Our people. Our people in Gaza, right? Our people. Yeah, our people. So again, which nations does, I would think that probably Jordan, Egypt, Saudi Arabia and many of the other nations had, in regards to Africa and all that. But he didn't really. They didn't really say which. Maybe there's some information about what which nations these people are coming from. No, it doesn't really. Uh, nope. Speaking about the hospital attack at the UN, the building wasn't hit. Wasn't even hurt. Um, and all the people are like, oh yeah, yeah, this and that. What about looking at the evidence before you people jump on bullshit? So. But I don't see, who these people are. But again, it seems like 9 different Arab nations or Mohammedan nations.
Then we would have been able to have those 500 killed still alive and with us.
And what are they showing? They're showing the cars burning. It's like Al-Ali, here they actually say Baptist Hospital. So he was saying Lutheran, and he had, just look at it, You can't even figure out what, if it's a Baptist or Lutheran and I'm not even sure it's one of them, in regards to the video I saw. Oh, come on. Can you see that? Al-Ali Baptist Hospital. Like, So again, one says a Lutheran, another says a Baptist, and I'm not even sure any of those are correct. But I could search on it and see if it looked more like it didn't look like a Baptist, and it didn't really look like a Lutheran, hospital. As far as I recall, it was something else. But come on, can you even get the facts straight? Give me a break. What are absolutely outrageous bullshitters? I remember seeing videos on it, and it, cancer hospital blast, blah blah blah. A lot of the sources says it's a Baptist, but that doesn't mean it's true, of course. So maybe they have a website or something. Maybe if it's just it's because I'm also searching on Baptist here. So Al-Ali Hospital Gaza. That's a more neutral search. So here we go. We have a map, and we have some Arabic thing here. See here, Church of Saint whatever. There we go. I think this is the one. Church of Saint. Yeah, that doesn't look Baptist or Lutheran. Is this it? There's like a Church of Saint Porphyrius. Yeah, that's an Orthodox church, a Greek Orthodox church. Which, that looked more like of that nature. But this should be it. If this is the one and it's written in Arabic, so they can't even get those things, as far as I can see, correct. Yeah, someone says 5 out of 5 would shelter there again, though there has been a hit of an accident there recently. Only 500 dead, those, no big deal. Like, what? What are you kidding me? Yeah, so anyway, someone writes here, that's like a year ago, and it's a Danish source. So this is the most famous and oldest hospital in the Gaza Strip. Uh-huh. Doesn't really say much more. Oh, it's actually apparently translated by Google, it seems, from Arabic. Uh-huh. Apparently these things are not translated, but as far as I can see, of course, if this is the oldest going far back and all that, it would probably not be a Lutheran or a Baptist because they're, you know. But yeah, as far as I can see, this if the Church of Saint Porphyrius is just next to it, and so that must be the church that is in regard. So let's search on El Ali Hospital, Gaza, Orthodox Hospital. Yeah, so they can't even get those facts correct, apparently. Let's see here. But I remember seeing something in regards of it, and doesn't really say Al Alisa explosion. Yeah, but that's what Google Maps say, we can just, I don't know if we can search on. Okay, let's try. I don't know if I can find it. Probably not. I probably would need to use Google. Google. Yeah, but come on, you can't even get, it's all bullshit. They're just full of bullshit, like one lie after another, or one lie, deception, or mistake, after another. You would. What's the Google thing? It's like incredible. I should have the Google map somewhere. Apparently not. Where is it? Maybe over here. Google Maps. There we go. So let's see here. Search. I'll search on Ali. Apparently we don't know. Okay, we apparently just try again. Ali. Are you kidding me? There we go. Map. There we go. There it is. So here we have the El Ali Hospital. That should be the hospital that was so-called hit, which of course is not true. And the question is, where's the church? Column insurance, civil. I wonder whether, not entirely sure where the rocket fell. Oh, actually, I think the rocket probably maybe fell. Oh, no, I'm not sure. Can we go down there or something like that? There we have some pictures of the hospital. That's interesting. We don't see those on the yeah, okay. Can we see if it's oh, they have a website. Wouldn't that be a pretty good source? One would think so, right? Let's see if we can get some information, what kind of Christianity we are talking about. We have some about us. There we go. Let's go in and see what we have. So, okay, so the founding community revisited the project plan and finally decided to build a 250-bed private general hospital. So apparently that would be 250 people, right? But anyway, I don't see anything in regards of any Christian thing here. News, medical, news. Maybe they could tell us in regards of when they, all the pictures of the explosion of, whatnot, whatever, Just doesn't seem, it seems to be more like Mohammedans here. But maybe there was a church next to it, which would be the Orthodox and all that. So, but yeah, you just get a little tired of nonsense. But yeah, as far as I can see on the map, there's a Christian church right next to it. Although I see the other map here where it was because I found it on the other map. United Nations. Where was that map? Typical, huh? Can't even find the map anymore. Oh, it's getting hot. I don't know why it's so hot. Oh, that's really hot. Let's see if we can find, or maybe I moved away from it. Yeah, okay, here we go with and there's a Church of Saint Porphyrius. I'm gonna see here. Okay, so zoom. Okay, well, the church apparently, maybe it's not the. No, that's a Saint Philip the Evangelist Chapel. Oh, maybe that's what. Maybe that's the one. What is that for kind of? That's an Episcopal church. So that's a. If that's the one, that's would be like an Anglican church. That's an English church. So I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, according to this, it seems to be pretty close to the hospital. If this is the hospital right there, then there is which I'm not entirely sure, but actually where did it explode in regards of, I think actually in here it seems to be where the explosion was. You have a building there and there and there. Yeah, I think I know where we are. Let's see here. Okay, let's see here. Although this map doesn't really. Let's see here. Where are we compared? Yeah, it's easier to see on the computer apparently. I'm not entirely sure if the direction is wrong in regards of. There seems to be missing some information on this compared to. Are we in the right place? No. Okay, maybe that's the reason. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we are not in the right place. Okay, that makes sense then. So Gaza, Al-Aqsa, whatever. Well, we would have been over. I can't really remember, but anyway, let's try to. No, so that was wrong. I don't know why I did find that. Gaza. Oh, give me a break. Why do we have like? There we go. Something for. Oh, it's hot. I just opened the door here. I'm gonna get some. I don't know why it's so hot. Is it so hot outside as well? Okay, anyway. At least I feel hot. Okay. Let's try again. Maps. Lee. Gaza. Why can't I find it in this hospital? There we go. Nee, Al-Shifa, Gaza. Wasn't called as Shifa, was it? Let's try it out. No, that doesn't really look like it. Like, why can't I find it on the computer, but not on... You gotta be kidding me. Let's see here. This is an Arabic thing here. What did I search on? Where are we? There's a church there and there's a church there. I guess there's... Okay, we are... Okay, the Shifa hospital is up there, so we would need to move this direction. And we should have Gaza around someplace. What is Gaza? We have Cuba. What is Gaza? Now we have the Gaza thing here. Okay. And then it should be around up here. That's okay. Okay, we have this one. There we go. There we go. Okay. So this should be the one. And there's a Saint Philip Evangelist, but it says it's Episcopal Church. Wouldn't that be like an English church? Like English Episcopal Church, I would think it was. So that's not Lutheran. Although we have the Church of Porphyrius, another place. This is, if you take the hospital, which is there, you have the this one is the closest, which doesn't seem to be a Baptist or Lutheran church, but I guess the Mohammedans apparently just don't know anything. And then you have the Church of Saint Porphyrius, which is an Orthodox, Greek Orthodox. So again, that doesn't seem to be likely either. But anyway, if we go here, you have the hospital here, and as far as I think it's down here. I don't know if we could go down and see the images, because it seems like there's a building there, or maybe this is a building itself. That's a good question. I'm not exactly sure, but the hospital is over there, and I think it was down here. So I'm not sure. I thought it was this one, but I guess that the map is not so clear in regards of. We have the hospital here, and then it would be maybe down here. Can we go down on? Apparently not. Anyway, we can just save this, I guess. Just there, please, or whatever. I can't remember in regards to the maps, but that should be the hospital apparently right there, and apparently that's yeah. Anyway, just one more thing. Yeah, good question. Anyway, getting tired. Here we see the buildings here and building there, right? And then you have buildings on the other side as well. You don't have any road exactly here, right? You have the road there coming into the. I don't know if the hospital is down there to the right or what, but then you would have not entirely sure. Yeah, if you have the hospital down and it goes down here, yeah, I would still think it's around here. You have this building, right? And this would be the parking lot. But I'm not entirely sure. It would be nice if I could go down there. Apparently, maybe we can't do that on. Isn't that usually that you can go? Maybe it's only on the computer. Okay, let's try it on the computer and see if we can. Oh, this one. Okay, I'm getting cold here, so that's good. Okay, we go down. Okay, we gotta get the map. Okay, the layer of the map. There we go. Okay, oh yeah, here that's much better. There we go. There's actually a parking lot in here. Let's see if it matches up with the buildings. Yeah, I think it's right there. Then we have, yeah, we have there. There we go. Okay. So, if you see, so you have the, oh, turn it around. You have the hospital here, up here, all right, the building. You have the Philip Chapel over here. And then if you go down here, I think it hit right there. Now, when it hit right there, it pushed, apparently there was also 3 cars here, right? But then probably some other cars, right? But it hit the first car that hit into the next car, and the third one stopped it. So, but anyway, right there, and then there was a car there and some cars over here. And then if you turn, this thing here is the I think the roof thing here, and we had some of the other thing. I think this one had a little of lifted roof, but anyway, tiles as well. I think it was right there where it hit. It's like hitting in the middle of this empty area, pretty much. And you have the hospital. Well, maybe it's a bigger institution, but again, hitting right there, as far as I can see. That seems to be, yeah. I guess they're pretty. What do you call it? That it just hit. They didn't hit into a building or anything like that. I guess they're pretty lucky that it really didn't hit into a building or anything like that. And you can see the solar panels as well on the buildings. I think it fits pretty good as far as I can see. So let's see here, solar panels. We see the road going down there, and you have the building on the right here, yeah, and you have the other one on the left, and then you have like where there was usually some trees. I guess there's still some trees, and then it hits there, and then you have, yeah, it fits pretty good. I think it's pretty much the spot. But anyway, so I fixed that in, but it's Saint Philip Evangelist Chapel that is next to it. Although maybe it's some other runs the hospital or whatnot, I don't know. But anyway, it doesn't seem to be Lutheran or Baptist as far as I can see. Oh well. Okay, I'm getting cold. Okay, cooling down for sure. Interesting. Maybe it was all those lights I had turned on. It's getting cold. I should probably close the door so it doesn't get too cold. Probably already done the damage. Now, in regards of cold, it's not that usual that it's actually hot in here. It's not usually that you actually feel that hot, so maybe it was a stupid idea to get all that heat out of the apartment. But we'll see. So yeah, but yeah. So they show an image of the car lot and the cars that are burning, and saying that 500 people were killed.
So the Security Council has to wake up, and we will not relent nor spare any effort that will stop us from going after the Security Council and all components of the UN, including the Secretary General, not only to condemn this crime, and they should, but also to have an immediate ceasefire to save lives of Palestinians, and to save lives across the board.
Isn't it ironic? Hey, it was your side that fired the rocket. A misfire, okay? It was your own people. Well, maybe you should tell your people to stop firing rockets into Israel. Like, you kind of started it, didn't you? And you're still firing rockets into Israel, right? So, and then you make a misfire and then you blame Israel for it. You gotta be kidding with the bullshitters and all these Mohammedan bullshitters. I wouldn't trust them at all, you know? So, but yeah, so apparently he said Lutheran church, and the information says a Baptist church. And if it's the church next to the hospital, it seems to be an Anglican church, you know, or the Greek Orthodox church that is a little further. But anyway, that's because like it's good that we apparently just can have some facts, right? Apparently.
This is what we wanted to convey to you, and I express.
Like, how many mistakes is there in this bullshit? It wasn't Israel that fired the rocket. It was a misfire from your own people. You promote that 500 people were killed, promoting that, pretty much pointing out that, oh, it was a hospital that was hit, when it really was just the car park or the car lot that was hit. Not the building. Saying it is a Lutheran church and then pointing out it's a Baptist church, and it's like, and if you search on it, it seems like it's an Anglican church or a Greek Orthodox church. You know, can we get some facts on the table? You would think of these higher ups that they actually kind of did that job a little better, instead of bullshitting around.
My gratitude and thanks to my brothers, the ambassadors of the Arab countries, and maybe we have.
They show a recording of the explosion, right? Which, again, where is the explosion happening? In the car lot. 11 cars that are burning. Oh, see all those 500 people dead. I don't see a single, if you people can find these 500 people dead at the explosion, normally I don't think there would be that many people actually in the car lot. Now again, in these times that could, the hospital could maybe be overfull, and maybe the car lot would have been used for some people out there. But yeah, I don't know. It does, it doesn't. I haven't seen any pictures, that would go in that direction. And again, with 500 people killed, you would think that there might be something, right? Just something, all the blood, right? They're like, what did he say? They were ripped to pieces and all that, and blah, So where all the blood, Well, where's all the blood? Again, I would expect that it was like a mayhem of blood everywhere. I'm not sure how you actually get 500 people into that area, but anyway, whatever. But yeah.
Others who might be watching.
Oh, sorry, over 500 people. Like, this is a huge amount of people,
And expressing solidarity with us, other ambassadors. We thank them for this effort.
By the way, it was in the night, right? How many people would actually... Well, I guess if they had their houses exploded and all that, I guess they could. I haven't seen anything that,
We have to create.
Like, again, it says Israel raid kills 500. Okay. So just trust them, right?
A massive outrage in the UN.
Like, look at this. And this is from Al Jazeera, right? Like, promoting this bullshit, right? Israel raid kills 500. And these are the people promoting it. And here we see the fire of the
United Nations
of the cars. Do you see any 500 people there? It's very bad quality, but anyway.
Against those criminals who have committed this massacre today, against.
Like, this is the car lot. Here we have the main car that is tipped over. And it's around here, I think, the rocket hit. And this car apparently has been turned over. These cars have been pushed. There's like 3 cars here, and they have been pushed into it. And here we have some more cars burning. It's a little hard to see, but after the burning thing, you can see
Injured.
At least that's the best that I can do, as far as I can see.
And sick individuals in that hospital that led.
But why are they not showing the hospital thing? Why are they showing some cars burning?
To massacring them in that heinous crime, and we should go after those from the Israeli side who committed this crime to face the justice and accountability, and that they should pay the price for such crimes.
Jordan has cancelled the quarter summit in Amman following Israeli strike on Gaza hospital. Again, Jordan is full of bullshit, Who are they believing? They didn't no one really checked the information. It's just, Israel did it. Israel did it, right?
This is what we want to convey to you. I think that my colleagues, maybe they want to say anything. The floor is open for them and their questions.
Actually, there's also a woman standing to the right and one more man.
Establish an international.
Oh, and one more again. And one more. So we have at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, at least 12, I guess, people who represents the ambassadors who represents the so-called Arab world, the Mohammedan world. Full of bullshit. Couldn't, didn't check the information.
And will you work
Oh, that's one more. Is that 13?
on opening the abort?
I don't know about this guy. There's another guy standing a little further down. Not sure if he, but like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Anyway, I think it was like 13, and there's another guy there. But yep. So apparently,
do you have any other options?
So 1, 2, 3. Again, I don't know if I should count that there's a guy further, but I'm not sure he's standing with them. But at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14,
Security Council.
15, 16. But it doesn't go further. So at least 16 people.
The Security
16 Mohammedans, or so-called Arabs, whatever.
Council, they should shoulder their responsibility because they are responsible for.
So 16 people at least didn't check the information and just promoted bullshit.
For the security, it is.
What a surprise!
The war that is threatening peace and security in the Middle East and maybe in the world.
We have some pictures. Let's see here what this is. Let's see here what we have. Al Ali Baptist Gaza.
Security Council. We will not spare the Security Council. They should shoulder their responsibility because they are responsible for the security.
Okay, here we have some pictures with the press. There's some guy running in regards of press, and he's
threatening.
They're moving.
And security in the Middle East and maybe.
Someone coming with a body.
The Security Council should not stay or remain silent. They should shoulder their responsibility. The ambassador of Russia have asked for an open session within the United Nations so that.
Okay, it wouldn't be a surprise that some people would have been hurt at the cars, right? But it's if this is at the car park, that's like two people, two bodies. The guy with the press would be nice to actually hear what he had to say. Let's see here, okay.
In silent, they should shoulder their responsibility.
Okay, let's see here.
Is threatening peace and security.
Yeah, actually, we do have some pictures here that at least seems to be somewhat in regards of pointing that there was someone actually being killed out there.
In the Middle East and maybe in the world.
Again, one being carried out according to these pictures.
Should not stay or remain silent. They should shoulder their responsibility.
And there's some blood. There's apparently one more.
Ambassador of Russia have asked for an
that's
open
like
session
two
within the United Nations.
So we see two bodies and then some burnt cars. Yeah, well, at least it's far from 500, So
that everyone in the Security Council and all the others who will be able to speak, to voice their condemnations against this massacre, and the Security Council should.
That does seem to be some here as well. 1, 2, 3.
And stop the aggression against the Palestinian people.
1, 2, 3. Okay.
They said, and I quote, the intelligence from multiple sources said that.
Okay, at least there's some evidence in regards of some people that are hurt here. But it's still not in the hospital, it's outside the hospital.
The Islamic Jihad is responsible for the failed
I still have no idea how they get to 500.
rocket launch. Your response is
like how many people would need to be there? Like again, how do you even cram down 500 people in there? Well, at least there was some pictures of it where you see some things that seems to be that points to the direction that someone actually got hurt out in the car park. It's not in the hospital, it's in the car park. So okay,
security, it is a war that is threatening peace and security in the Middle East and maybe in the world.
Again,
the
one.
Security Council should not stay or remain silent. They should shoulder their responsibility. The ambassador of Russia have asked for an open.
So at least we have some pictures here in regards of something going on in regards of where the cars are. So at least we have something.
The United Nations, so that everyone in the Security Council and all the others who will be able to speak, to voice their condemnations against this massacre.
I wonder why I haven't seen this footage before, actually. Why are they just showing the car when they actually have something here?
And the Security Council should shoulder its responsibility and stop the aggression against the Palestinian people.
The Israeli Prime Minister today.
So here it actually does seem to actually have some, some people who have died. I still, 500 people.
Said, and I quote, the intelligence from multiple sources said that it's the Islamic Jihad is responsible for the failed rocket launch. Your response?
He is a liar. His
Wait. Let's go back here.
Sources said that.
Oh well.
Be able to.
But that's interesting. Why haven't I seen these pictures? At least gives some credibility that's that some people were hurt. In regards to 500, that's a high number. Again, but at least we have some blood on this guy who is walking around, and there seem to be some things on the floor as well. So . as shown here. Yeah, we can just check them. So okay, fair enough. You know, I don't know. I wonder why I haven't seen these images. Anyway, let's put them on. There we go. It's really small, but it is what it is.
Security. It is a war that is threatening peace and security in the Middle East, and maybe.
And see here they come with. Oh, it's very hard to actually see anything, I guess. Okay. Yeah, that's not really going to help. It's not so good quality, but this guy is carrying someone here, so.
In the world,
There you go. So there you can see that's at least one.
Security Council should not
And they're standing around, they're showing something. I wonder why I haven't seen these images.
Silent. They should shoulder their responsibility.
And here we have
the ambassador of Russia have asked for an open session.
Someone is pointing to
within
something.
The United Nations.
So here we see the cars, it does stand out, we've seen the cars many times before.
So that everyone in the Security Council and all the others who will be able to
but like 500 people in the area.
To voice their condemnations against this massacre, and the Security Council should.
Here we have 3 laying, so at least that's 3 more. Again, it's still far from 500, right?
Shoulder its responsibility and stop the
1, 2, 3, as far as I can
aggression
see.
against the Palestinian people.
And there, I think we have some blood here, So here it seems that someone got hurt.
Today said, and I quote, the intelligence from multiple sources.
And we have a guy coming there.
Said that it's the Islamic
Jihad. Seems to, I don't know if he
is responsible for the failed rocket launch. Your response?
But 500 people. At least okay. That was at least some images in regards of something that at least looked more than some cars burning. I don't know why I haven't seen these photos, videos. Okay, fair enough. I will need to look further into it. Anyway, let's see what they say.
It is a war.
But again, 500 people. Still there. 500 people. But again, a misfire. They would need to blame themselves for it, So, yeah. Okay, I'll have to apparently dig further into it. I just don't. Yeah, I don't understand why I haven't seen these photos before. Okay, so there's some videos at least of something. Okay, let's hear what they're saying.
That is threatening peace and security in the Middle East and maybe in the world. The Security Council should not stay or remain silent. They should shoulder their responsibility. The ambassador of Russia have asked for an open session within the United Nations so that everyone in the Security Council and all the others who will be able to speak, to voice their condemnations against this massacre, and the Security Council should shoulder its responsibility and stop the aggression against the Palestinian people.
The Israeli Prime Minister today said, and I quote, the intelligence from multiple sources said that Prime Minister today said, and I quote, the intelligence from multiple sources said that it's the Islamic Jihad is responsible for the failed rocket launch. Your response?
He is a liar. His spokesperson and digital spokesperson tweeted that Israel did the hit, thinking that there is around this hospital a base for Hamas. And then he deleted that tweet We have a copy of that tweet, and Talal can share with you that tweet. Now they change the story to try to blame the Palestinians. It is a lie, and the Israeli spokesperson of the army, about a week ago, made a statement in which he said, evacuate the hospitals. The hospitals are target, and in fact, they hit one hospital a week ago. So their intentions is evacuate or hospitals will be hit, and they are responsible for that crime, and they cannot fabricate stories to deal with it. Ambassador, I'll ask you in English. I'll ask you in English for the benefit of all of us. Okay. Now, Abu Mazen has cancelled his participation in the summit in Jordan and returned back to Ramallah. Just minutes ago, the foreign minister and deputy prime minister of Jordan has announced the cancellation of the full summit. Your reaction?
Okay. So there are some pictures, absolutely, of people getting hurt. Again, it doesn't show 500 people, but it does show people that has been hurt in regards of, again, it wasn't hit in regards of, it didn't hit the hospital, it hit outside, but yeah, it actually, there surely is some pictures in regards of people. I have to further look into it, apparently. Hopefully there will be more images and pictures of it. Yeah. Yeah, that's terrible. Okay, well, I'll have to dig further into it apparently at some point. I just Okay, nice. Okay, we have some pictures. Still doesn't show 500 people, but there's some pictures. If people was laying out in the, but it's I don't know. Okay. Well, anyway, I'll have to further look into it. I'm getting tired.
To the cancellation of the four-part summit in Jordan. And by the way, concerning the bombing of the hospital, Israel has warned all the hospitals in the area last week that they will bomb them if they don't evacuate. And many managers of these hospitals have already told the Israelis they have about 600 people in intensive care, and they can't move them. They have no fuel to move them even. And they hit the same hospital, a small hit, last week. Right. So to say today that it's and the confession of Hanania Naftali, who's a digital spokesman of Netanyahu, on Twitter, that they hit it because they thought it was a base for Hamas, and then he deleted it after the cooking of the story of Hezbollah rocket. All this really point out to the guilt. Why do you delete a tweet confessing to the bombing of the hospital? If Jihad al-Islami did that, so we'd like to have your comments on the cancellation of the Foresight Summit in Amman.
Again, it wasn't the hospital that was hit. It wasn't the building. It was outside. But those images does at least give some credibility to, at least we have some pictures of people having been killed.
And the fabrication story, you're correct. I have nothing to add to it. On the cancellation of the summit, first of all, President Abbas said that he cannot attend, and he went back to Ramallah, and I expect him that he is speaking to giving a national speech. As we speak now, it might be in your in your outfit, in your Al Arabiya and Al Jazeera and all of them. He is talking to the Palestinian people and to everyone as we speak, I believe, and he asked for a meeting for the Palestinian leadership. So that's what he did. I understand that our Egyptian brothers canceled the hotels of their today after this massacre. Therefore, they canceled the participation. But I think my brother will speak to that. Yes. And then, of course, our Jordanian brothers said that we cannot have a summit with these conditions. We don't know what other President Biden is still going there or not, but he canceled President Biden too. Okay, so that because the only thing that would make sense if he made ceasefire immediately, and I'm coming to force the implementation of ceasefire. I don't know what he said, but the summit has been canceled. But
Yeah, I'm just thinking I'm thinking, yeah, I'm just thinking, regardless of. Yeah, this annoys me. I like used so many hours on researching this, and I now become a little in doubt. I'm not so certain about. Well, okay, we have some images and some people hurt. But it still wasn't a hospital that was hit. It wasn't a hospital that was destroyed in any level. It was out in the parking lot. How many was killed in the parking lot? That's a good question, but at least we do seem to have some. We do have some footage of at least some people being hurt, so at least that get credibility to the story. I just don't understand why I haven't seen these pictures before. Every time I've seen pictures of the cars, right? They show the cars burning, or they show the aftermath and all that. They don't show the this where we at least can see someone hurt.
My brothers from Jordan and Egypt.
Where it actually looks to be the area that was hit, where you have some people that clearly is dead, according to what we can see at least, like, so,
Can say.
But yes. It doesn't show 500 people. So.
In a minute, please, just, that horrible crime and attack against the hospital
I would like to see the tweet they say they have as well. Maybe I can search that up. I guess I will have to use some more hours on this, Okay, tweet on hospital being hit by the IDF. See, let's see here. What is the Israel narrative on the Gaza hospital explosion? Denials of responsibility and deleted social media posts aroused suspicion around Israel's view of the attack. Again, here we see a photo, and what do we see? We just see some burned out cars, it's just, it's the standard pictures where we, like, some burned out cars. We have the thing in regards to the tiles, and that, but 11 cars that has been burned and all that. We still don't see any blood in those. But the other footage did seem to show something for sure. I don't know. Maybe YouTube don't accept. I don't know. I don't know why they wouldn't show the other things. I say at least 500 people were killed in an explosion at. Yeah, it's just how could at least 500 people be killed? Like I haven't seen 500 people outside in the car lot. I guess if again if the hospital was full and the people would be out there with the cars and all that, you know, then I guess there could be a lot of people. But again, 500 for this is not a huge gigantic, like it's 11 cars. Um, so, but I must say, um, hmm, like here they say like initial post on X, oh that's Twitter, sent by Hananya Naftali, a digital aid to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu aroused suspicion. And it says Israeli Air Force struck a Hamas terrorist base inside a hospital in Gaza. He wrote, inside a hospital in Gaza. He wrote, but the post was almost immediately deleted. By 10:58 p.m., Naftali apologized on X for sharing a Reuters report that falsely stated Israel struck the hospital. He said he had since deleted the tweet as the Israeli army does not bomb hospitals. I assumed Israel was targeting one of the Hamas bases in Gaza, he added. Uh, why can't we see the whole message, They only took they didn't show more maybe. Can I push the show more? Why didn't they just take a full screen? Okay, here we have. Earlier today, I shared a report that was published on Reuters about bombing the hospital in Gaza, which falsely stated Israel struck the hospital. I mistakenly shared this information in a since deleted post in which I referred to Hamas' routine use of hospitals to store weapons, caches, and conduct terrorist activity. I apologize for this error. As the IDF does not bomb hospitals, I assumed Israel was targeting one of the Hamas bases in Gaza. It is known that Hamas is using civilians as human shields. It is a war crime and a crime against humanity. This should be the focus. Okay, who is this guy? That's just just a standard civilian, or like and if he just shouts, yeah, that's who knows. Just yeah. Oh well, we got a pretty good I don't regards of the Twitter either. In regards of if it doesn't even come from a well, I guess he was fixed for the military, but if he wasn't like one of these people who Actually, I'm not even sure it actually was him who posted it because he says he's going to the wall. So I'm not entirely sure that it's even him who posted it. It might actually be in his wife. Uh, because he says here, October the 9th, I said goodbye to my wife India, who sent me with blessing and protection of God. From now on, she will be managing and posting on my behalf. So be nice to her. I don't know, whatever. So it doesn't really seem to come from like a direct source from, So anyway, indirect source. Okay, it says here a bit earlier at 9:04 p.m. the Israeli army had published a post blaming the strike on a misfired missile by PAJ. Um, from the analysis of the operational systems of the Israeli army, an enemy rocket barrage was carried out towards Israel, which passed through the vicinity of the hospital when it was hit, it said. hmm So again, one that's 11:58. How does that work? 11:58 p.m. Oh well. However, it transpired the post had been edited. An earlier version had included alleged video evidence, but Eric Toller, a journalist on the visual investigations team at the New York Times, disputed the accuracy of the footage, noting that the timestamp indicated had been recorded 40 minutes after the time of the explosion. Okay, the first public mentions of the hospital strike were around 7:20 p.m. local time. This live stream shows an explosion at about 8 p.m. local time. Um, well, they say a senior health official in Gaza told Al Jazeera that Israel had fired two artillery shells as a warning at Al Ali Arab Hospital days before the explosion. Now even a hospital is not a safe place anymore. Um, okay, I'll have to do that tomorrow, something like that. But this two-state solution is still bullshit. I guess I'll have to take a relook on this. Uh, anyway, but yeah, no hospital building was hit. So again, I just some people were clearly hurt outside. How many? I don't know. I still doubt 500. But again, in regards of yeah, I'm a little bob on things at the moment. Like I was, not totally rock certain anymore. This, I'm just thinking things over here. Yeah, well, I'll have to look into it. So, anyway, may Jehovah be with you, and Yeshua, most precious pearl, and the Spirit of truth be in us all. Amen. Yeah, take care. It's time for bed, I guess.